Good morning, everyone. That's a good num morning. Alright, let's get ourselves situated. Am I in a goodish position? Good enough. Turnabout Big Top is the next case we've got to do. Turnabout Big Top is the next case we've got to do. If you've never really been in the Phoenix Wright series, but I've been watching my streams, Turnabout Big Top is like the chapter 3 to the final chapter 3s of Danganronpa. Turnabout Big Top is infamously fucking despised by the Phoenix Wright community. This case sucks. Like, this case doesn't make much sense, and the conclusions you're supposed to draw for yourself by the end of it are kind of ridiculous. You kind of have to sit there and go, what? When you're sitting there. It's not good. It's not good. But we're here anyway, so let's jump straight in. As always, I have a guide on this on the side, ready to go. Prepare to witness a man who has mastered the wonder of flight. The world's greatest magician. The one, the only. Maximilian Galactica. December 26th, 8:12 p.m. Very Big Circus entrance. Wow! That was like being in a dream! I haven't even caught my breath yet. Heh, that was amazing, wasn't it, Pearly? It was great! There was a dancing bear, and a tiger that jumped through a ring of fire, an elephant that rode a giant bull. Not to mention the guy who flew through the air. Yeah, Max Galactica. He was absolutely fabulous. Huh? What? Max Galactica, the world's greatest magician. A magician? Oh, a magician. Mr. Nick. Huh? What is it, Pulse? Does magic have anything to do with channeling spirits? I don't think it's anything to do with channeling. You don't know about magic, do you, Pulse? I'm sorry. I braved the winter cold and took Pearls to see the circus. It's been 6 months since that terrible incident in Karain Village, and it was during that trying time that I met Pearls. Thankfully, she seems to be recovering from it and is returning to her normal self. Oh, it's time to go. You're right, we can't miss the last train. Pearls, you remembered the train? Of course I did! But I don't really understand what everyone means by express train. Well, Nick, see you later. I'll come by to help clean the office. It's got to be spotless for the new year. Don't worry about it, really. You are going to visit Mr. Nick in New Year's? Maybe. Oh, I'm glad you'll get to spend your New Year's with your special someone. Pearly! Look, it's time to go. Happy New Year, Mr. Nick. I said it in the last case, but I want to say it again. Pearl only came to this conclusion that they were a couple because of something, you know? Kids don't just magically just come to that conclusion on their own. Maya's been saying shit. Maya's been saying shit, and Pearl's caught on. That's the conclusion I've come to. Happy New Year. Really hope it will turn out that way. December 28th, 9:12 AM, Wright & Co. Law Offices. Well, today wraps it up for this year. Hope I can finish cleaning this place up in one day. Oh, hello? This is the Wright & Co. Law Offices. Nick, it's terrible! Maya, perfect timing. Things are terrible here too. Huh? The office is a terrible mess and I have to clean it up. What are you talking about? My dirty office? What are you talking about? Listen, Nick, you have to turn on the TV. TV? Now let's check out the scene. Huh? What happened? Thank you. We're here at the Very Big Circus. The Very Big Circus has become the center of a sensational murder. The scene has created quite a stir among the throngs of excited onlookers. The Very Big Circus? That's the circus we went to, right? They're saying that there was a murder. Yeah, they arrested him too. Arrested who? Max! They arrested Max Galactica. Maximilian Galactica. Fans call him Max. A popular musician. Magician. Maya said she was a huge fan of Max. Alright, Nick, I'll see you in 2 hours at the detention center. Huh? What? See you there. Still got plenty of time to clean up your office later. What? Fine. December the 28th, 11:19 a.m. Detention Center's visitors room. What are they talking about? Why did they arrest Max? You're asking the wrong man on that one, Maya. Maybe he used his magical skills to deal death with a sleight of hand. Maximilian Galactica would never do such a thing. Fabulous! What the young lady just said was absolutely fabulous. What a clever girl, such a fabulous understanding of events. What's with all this fabulous talk? Welcome to the visitors room. It's Max! Nick, look! It's the real Maximilian Galactica. Alright, sweetie, pick a card, any card. He called me sweetie. Nick. Aha! Time's running out, sweetie. Pick a card, any card. This one. I thought you would pick that one, sweetie. The Ace of Hearts. He got it, Nick, look, he got it. What can I say, sweetie? You've stolen one of my most valued possessions. One of Maximilian Galactica's hearts. Max. Well, time to make this an absolutely fabulous time. Max, you should let Nick pick a card. Ugh, I don't want to steal one of his hearts. And you are? Oh, how silly of me. You must be Sweetie's driver. A driver? Whatever, hurry up and pick a card, any card. I'll be a ladies' man. I want this one. So, sweetie, let's be honest here. You came to this visitor's room to visit me, didn't you? Yes! I'm your biggest fan. Fabulous! Absolutely fabulous! Thank you so much. Hey, what about my card? Think of it as a souvenir. Well, Nick, I think it's time to get to work. What's the matter, Nick? Why are you looking at the ceiling? I was just thinking about what I should have for lunch. Sweetie, drop Porcupine Head over there. Shower me with your attention, okay? Oh, yes. Absolutely fabulous. Absolutely cringe-inducing. people watching my stream. Max, I was hoping you could tell me a little more about yourself. Fabulous. I think we should get to know each other better, too. Why don't you come sit next to me? There's a big piece of security glass between us. Oh, sweet jeebus, what in the world? If only I could use magic, then I could make this wall disappear. What is this guy talking about? Anyways, lately, you've become awfully famous, haven't you, Max? That's Maximilian to you, Porcupine Head, get it straight. These people nowadays. They get their panties all in a bunch of a nothing. Anyway, Maximilian, you won a very prestigious award recently, did you not? I did indeed, it was fabulous. I won the Magician's Grand Prize, held by the Association of International Magicians. It's an award that recognizes that I am the most fabuloso and fabulous world magicians. There was a trophy and a bust. It was a it was an amazing day. Wow, that's incredible. Isn't it? I'm certifiably the greatest magician in the world. I'm going to guess he didn't win a trophy for most modest magician. You're signed to an exclusive contract with the BBC, correct? That's the long and short of it. You sure do your research, sweetie. I'm impressed. You just can't watch a magician on TV, you know. Magic is so fabulous, you have to see it with your own eyes, sweetie. You're right. You're so right. However, the circus, it's a dinosaur, a thing of the past. Nowadays, no one even cares about what goes on in there. Huh? What do you mean? That's why I signed the contract. That's why you signed the contract? Thanks to me, the very big circus is fabulously popular. People come out in droves to catch a glimpse of the magic of Max Galactica. I revived the dinosaur that is the circus. But to me, it was just another magic trick. Isn't it just wonderful, sweetie? Yeah, I made all the old crusty circus performances obsolete. But I kind of like the circus performances. Maya looks a bit down. Yeah, no, meet your heroes. Tell me what happened at the Berry Big Circus. Ah, last night, the ringmaster was murdered. The ringmaster? You mean Russell Berry? Someone smashed him over the head, I hear. He was slumped over on the ground. Even though it was in the middle of the night, the police presence was fabulous. The police questioned me at length. Questioned you about what? About everything. I was the last one to see the ringmaster before he was murdered. I saw him last evening in his room. So then why were you arrested? Arrested? Don't make an anthill into a mountain, sweetie. They just wanted to consult with me on matters, that's all. Nick. I don't think Max understands how serious this is. She's right. I think I should shock him back to reality. Before the murder, you met with the ringmaster. Uh-huh. What did you talk about? Things that aren't for your ears. Mike, would you please ask him? What did you talk about with the ringmaster, Max? It was nothing, small talk, really. We were just having a chat about my salary. Salary? I am the one bringing the crowds. I think that I should be compensated as such. You agree, don't you? Yeah? That's all you talked about. Of course! It was a fabulous chat. Just fabulous. I mean, now he's got me saying it. What's the matter, Nick? You look all bent out of shape. Hey. Let's bring him back to reality. What is this badge? Is it used in a disappearing act? I'm not a magician, Max. I'm an attorney. An attorney? Why are you wasting your time talking to me? He isn't wasting his time, Max. You're... Okay, relax, sweetie. You're just a little over-anxious, I think. Anyways, I've been curious about something for a while now. What's that? Why do you keep looking at me with such a sad look on your face, sweetie? But because you've been arrested for murder. Oh, don't be ignorant. They wouldn't arrest someone like me. Why is that? Obviously, because I'm the fabulous Maximilian Galactica. So, I'm a very big star of the Very Big Circus. And that means I'm rich. I'm paid fabulous sums. Which means what? Max, quit joking around. You've got to be pulling my magic wand. The police aren't really serious about all this, are they? They don't arrest people as a joke. Look at Max, he's crashed. Well, he needed to wake up and smell the coffee. It's a serious business. Yes? I mean, sir, you're a lawyer, right? Huh? Oh, yes, I'm an attorney. Please help me. I didn't kill nobody. Didn't kill nobody? You may be more spoiled than a hog in a hamburger mud pit, but a killer? That's insane. I could never. Max, I swear. I just wanted to pay off my daddy's debt. He's back on the farm. Okay. I'll take your case. Really? Really. Oh, thank you much. You sure are nice folks. Max. Yes? What's your real name? It's Billy Bob Johns. What's the matter, Maya? He's really just a country bumpkin? I must apologize for not being my absolutely fabulous self just now, sweetie. Huh? Mr. Attorney. Yes? A few minutes ago, you took one of my cards, didn't you? He mentions it. I did take a card. It was the 10 of hearts, right? What? How did he got it right again? What can I say? You too. You've stolen some of my most valued possessions. 10 of Maximilian Galactica's hearts. You sure do have a lot of hearts, don't you? I'm putting my faith in you, sweetie. He didn't just call me sweetie, did he? Oh, right. Let's make this an absolutely fabulous case. Come on, Nick. Let's go back to the law offices. Only for a minute. Because we got to do something in the law office first to get a trophy. Alright, we've got lots of things we have to look into. No time for slacking, let's get going. Okay. What's the matter? You seem down. Maximilian Galactica, who would have guessed he was a country bumpkin? To get a trophy, present Max to Maya. What's the matter? You've been acting strange for a while now. Max, he's just some country bumpkin. So, why does it matter? He's still a fabulous magician, right? I guess. His real name is Billy Bob Johns. Yikes, the poor guy's got 3 first names. I guess that is pretty odd. Oh well, if a big star can do it, then you should pretend to be exotic too, Nick. A big star? Max Galactica is a pretty big name. Anyways, what do you think about Naruhodo Araito? Is that a fucking... Did I fucking is that a nod to Great Ace Attorney, or the other way around because Great Ace Attorney came later? Does the Great Ace Attorney reference this? Like, is that? What's the A stand for? The A stands for attorney. I'll think about it. Yeah, you got a trophy. Now that I write so. Anyway, we gotta go to the circus. Circus. And he went straight back to the detention center. December the 28th. Very big circus at the entrance. We're here again. Yep. But this time we're here for work. It hasn't been that long since the crime. So the police are still on the scene. Let's find someone who might know something about what happened. Sounds like a plan. Jesus, they weren't kidding. Look, there's literally front and center on everything. We need to go to the big top. The circus stage sure doesn't look this small from out in the audience. Wow, this is where they all perform, isn't it? Nick, do some somersaults. I'm not doing any somersaults. Why not? You look like you'd be great at it. Why do I look like I'd be great at somersaults? Ugh. Huh? Nick? It wasn't me. Tiger! He's coming this way! Nick! You're too young to die! Nick! Stay, heal. I'm still here. I'm not dead yet. Nick, you okay? Scared you, didn't I? Okay, there we go. I was like, until we see your face, I don't know what voice to give you. Regent is such a cute tiger, isn't he? What's the matter? You two sure are quiet. Don't what's the matter me. He almost died there. He wasn't anywhere close to getting hurt, let alone dying. This little tiger hardly ever bites people. And besides, people normally never get to play with a wild tiger, right? So if you think about it, you're actually really lucky. Huh? You agree, don't you? I guess. What do you mean you guess? Why are you agreeing with her? Woohoo! Your costume! It's cute, I want to try it on! Costume? You mean my clothes? You don't mind letting me try it on, right? I guess not. Really? You're the best! Wow, the tables turned quickly on that one. So much for the tiger thing. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Regina Berry, the renowned animal tamer of the Berry Big Circus. My name's Maya Fey. I'm a spirit medium. Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. When you put us up to the expert animal tamer, I bet we look really odd. Nice to meet you. Likewise. Let's talk to this very happy young lady about everything. Hey Regina, what do you know about what happened last night? You mean the murder? Uh-huh. My dad was murdered. Oh, I see. Wait, what did you just say? So, the ringmaster was your... Yep, the ringmaster was my dad. I'm so sorry about what happened to him. Why do you say you're sorry? Huh? Anyways, everyone was here practicing last night. Even your dad? Yep, everyone was here. We finished up around 10 PM. After that, everyone went off on their own. I was the only one who stayed around here. Why did you do that? I was playing with Regent. Regent? So she was with that beast. That's when the police showed up. When they took me to check things out, Dad was dead. Someone whose father was just murdered? Seems awfully perky. I wish she should tell us more about her dad. That's incredible that you're an animal tamer. If you say so. It has to be really scary. Scary? Why? Huh? Regent isn't scary, he's cute. Ever since Leon died, Regent has been my best friend. Leon? Yes, Leon's the lion. Leon the lion, Regent and Regina. Interesting name choices. Leon, he died? Yeah, actually he was killed. My dad killed him. What? Why'd he do that? I'm not sure why he did it. It's tough not getting charmed when she looks at you with those innocent eyes. Present Max Galactica to her, and then present Russell Berry to her. I have to click present first, and then that one. It's Max! Hey, where's Max now anyways? You don't know? No? He's been arrested. He was charged with the murder of your father. It's okay, Nick and I will help him. Max isn't the guy, is he? I mean, the criminal? Of course he's not. I'm worried about so many things right now. Like what? And let's present your 52-year-old father. After practice was over, Dad went right back to his room. His room? Yeah! That door right over there leads to the ringmaster's room. I don't know why, but he went off to his room in a hurry. I wonder what happened. The ringmaster's room. Probably a good idea to check it out for myself. Before we do that then, let's go check this. A ladder! It's just a step ladder. What's the difference? Why they do the same thing, right? I think you should stick with the basic facts of the matter. Oh, okay. It's not even worth arguing with her on this one. Yeah, because there's a trophy in it for me. Oh, we need to go to the ringmaster's room. That was the ringmaster's room. Yep, this room belongs to the victim. Which means this must be where Max met the ringmaster last night. Now that you mention it, that is what he said. I wonder what... that's an interesting poster. It's a poster of Max! I want it, Nick, I want it. I want to get out of here. Examine the envelope. Table for guests, some paper scattered on top. Oh, look at this, Max's salary is written on a piece of paper. Yikes! What is it? I didn't know that a magician... This salary is incredible. She looks like she's about ready to pass out from shock. How much is it? How much is it? That much? Incredible, huh? You can say that again. This must be the paper they used to negotiate Max's salary. The ringmaster signed and dated it. What's the matter, Nick? Max definitely got a raise, but this document is dated a week ago. There are a lot of posters here, don't you think? They are indeed. So many posters that they aren't likely to miss one, are they? Maya, we're supposed to be the honest ones around here. But you didn't even notice that I took one. Ah, she's already swiped one. Yeah. You're incorrigible, you know that? And also we got the poster moved to the lodging house. I need to scroll down the guide. It seems to be the dorm where all the performers in the circus stay. Really? So we might run into that stoogey clown here, right? He's so kooky. Oh, it's you two. Oh, Detective Gumshoe. Oh, you guys always seem to know when I'm working a crime scene, pal. Because you're always working, Detective. Well, I'd rather not be always working, but with crime, you don't make your own hours. If I have to be at the circus anyway, I want to see the lion tamer and the tightrope. However, no matter where I go, the show is always the same. Dead body, stage left. Nick, he complained. That's a rarity. Let's get back to business now, okay? Feels like Max is the most unpopular guy in the circus tent. You know what they say, bad attitude follows you everywhere. He's a bit arrogant, but he didn't seem that bad. But just because someone has a bad attitude doesn't make them a criminal. It's not just his attitude. I've got proof, pal. Yeah, you always say this. Huh? He left something at the scene of the crime. One of his magician's trademarks. An incredibly well-made silk hat. Well, it does have very classy decorative elements. Max used a cloak, silk hat, and white roses as his signature symbols. Pretty mundane, aren't they? Who cares if they're mundane? At least they are easy to understand. Must have hit a nerve. That's what he said. Who said? The eyewitness. Huh? That's about the eyewitness. And we've got to talk to him about everything. Do you know who will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow? Of course, it'll be Miss Von Karma. Oh, she isn't going to hit me with a whip again, is she? What do you have to worry about? You only have to see her in court. Oh, Gumshoe. It's like, well, why are you complaining? I get beat the shit out of every day. When she shows up at the precinct, the sound of that whip never ends, pal. Detective Gumshoe? I'm sure Miss Von Karma's really interesting and all, but there's someone else I'd rather talk about. Like who? Like Mr. Edgeworth, of course. You know, Nick's true rival, Edgeworth. What in the world happened after I went back home? Mr. Edgeworth? You haven't heard what happened to him? Nick won't tell me. Well, to be honest, I'm not at liberty to tell you either. Just say he's not around anymore. He's not around? Nick! What does he mean Mr. Edgeworth isn't around? Exactly what he said, he's not around. Alright, Mother Dearest. Edgeworth is gone. Don't say his name again, okay? Nick. The ringmaster of the circus was murdered, wasn't he? Yep, last night around 10. He died outside in the cold. Pretty sad way to go if you ask me, pal. It was rather cold. Here's the scene of the crime, pal. The body was found right over there. Right about where you're standing now. Ah! Surprised you, didn't I? I'm not laughing. Excuse me, but do you mind telling us what happened to the victim? He was killed by a blow to the noggin, pal. Yep. It's pretty clear-cut as far as murders go. He was discovered quickly. But, there's just one thing that doesn't quite fit. Ah, there's always seems to be something that doesn't quite fit. What was that one thing that just didn't quite fit? Footprints, pal. Footprints. Footprints? Look at the picture of the crime scene. What's this? Wooden box under the body? No clue, pal. Some forensic expert took it back and are examining it now. And? What's so mysterious about the footprints? Oh, calm down now. Take a good look at the footprints in the picture. The victim's footprints are on the scene. That's right, pal. The problem is, the killer's footprints aren't there. Bingo. Where did the killer come from, and where did the killer run off to? Obviously, there is no way the killer committed this crime while flying. A flying culprit? That's when something just clicks in my head. There's no way! Flying is impossible. That's right. Flying is impossible. Absolutely impossible. What's with the hollow laugh, pal? I meant nothing by it, pal. Better stated. It means I don't want to talk about it. Maybe I can get some info about Max out of him. So about the eyewitness. Oh, you know I'm not going to tell you about that. That's the prosecution's trump card. Oh well. Oh, I just remembered. What? I forgot to mention to you two that are barred from entering that lodging house. Why is that? Oh, no reason. Just something I remembered to tell you. Must be because that's where the eyewitness is. Let's check it out. Don't you dare, pal! Thanks, Gumshoe. Before we go to Mo's room, we need to return to the circus entrance. No one's here. Hang on. Hang on. Back to the guide. I've got to check this. But I missed something. It just says go to entrance and there'll be someone there to talk to. Well, there wasn't. I was trying to see, is there anything I've missed? No, I've got the envelope and poster. Hang on. Aha! That's what I missed. That's what I missed. Then we can go to the circus entrance and continue that. I knew there was something. There's always something. Garnet, what's the matter? What's on your mind? I'll tell you, Maya, but just you. Well... What, really? And then... Oh my, that's incredible, Regina. Come on, Nick, there's no reason to pout. Don't worry about me. Regina told me that someone professed their love to her. Professed her love? Not only that, it was Maximilian Galactica. How many people have stolen one of his hearts anyways? And then on the exact same day, another person professed their love for her as well. What? Who was it? Someone named Trillo. Trillo? Apparently he is a tenor who sings at the circus. Haven't met him yet. Regina seems to be quite the hit with the men in the circus. Must have some sort of strange power over them. You're not kidding, 2 people in one day? Even I want to profess my love for her. Yeah, me too, she's so cute. Aha, here we go. Hey Nick, look over there. What? There's someone over there. Excuse me? Hello? Wow, he sure is quiet one. Excuse me. Me? Yes, you work at the circus, don't you? No, I'm just your everyday Joe. Average Joe who just happens to hang out at the circus? I don't think so. Yes, I am. I've got nothing to do with what's going on here. He's lying, like any regular person would hang around the circus, dressed like that. I'm an attorney. My name is Phoenix Wright. I'm a spirit medium. My name is Maya. Well, I just happened to be passing by. I don't suppose you happen to be some kind of carny. Not a carny. I'm a performer, actually. I'm a ventriloquist. Ventriloquist? I'm Benjamin Woodman. Your last name is Woodman? Yes, that's right, but everyone calls me Ben. Ah, yes. That's your alias, right? I believe they call it a stage name. Talk to him about everything. Excuse me, Ben. Yes, you mean me? About the murder. I'd like to talk to you about the details, if I may. Really? I'm just a regular, normal guy. I don't... This guy's so nervous, he's giving me out. Nick, cheer up, just try and smile. Would you mind telling us something about Max? Maximilian Galactica? Max? He's not very nice. Did you just say that Max is not very nice? Ow, my head hurts. Yikes, hope he's okay. It sounds like he's just popped a gasket. Ben, so you're a ventriloquist? I'm just a regular guy. You already told us that you were a ventriloquist. Oh, yes. Nick, don't yell at him. You can't do that. Can't help it. It's making me nervous. Ben, would you mind showing me some of your skills as a ventriloquist? Well, right now, it's contagious. And that's all we're going to get out of him. That was all. Let's go back to Mo's room. Hello, Blammo! Congratulations, you're the big wiener. The 1 millionth visitor to the room of one Mr. Mo Curls, aka me. Earplugs. Must find earplugs. To celebrate this momentous occasion, would you care for an organic grape? Just one? Did you get my joke right there? I welched on giving you more than one. No. If it's funny, you do your duty as a human being to laugh. People who don't laugh are usually last seen as a lancing. Catch my drift? Maya? This is like some Fortigen nightmare. Come on, it was funny. Clowns are always funny in my book. In my book, they're just funny looking. Should you have a great taste in clothes, girlie? Look at that garb. You just look like the Greta garb. Oh, ha 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 ha. I'm going home. No, Nick, you can't. You know, I can excuse a bad joke or two, but this stooge keeps laughing at his own jokes. That's what I object to. Okay, I get it, but you have to admit he is kind of funny. No, I do not have to admit that, because he isn't. Could you please tell us more about the very big circus? It's a very big story. You sure you got that kind of time? And the hits just keep on coming. The circus has been in business for 20 years. We all performed under the guidance of the ringmaster, Russell Berry. 20 years? Wow. Working in the circus is never easy, especially nowadays. With movies, TVs, and bowling, there is just too much competition. But I love the circus. I love it too. That is why I've been here for 20 years. We work hard to keep the show running. No one sends in the clowns on us. Nick, he's just made a joke. Laugh. Ha 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 ha. The Ringmaster was a real big shot in the circus world, a real class act. Even when there were no customers, Russell would use his own money to pay me, because he knew that I had a family to care for. He was happy to take care of his employees. I see. How could anyone do that to such a wonderful man? Mo? Wiggity 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 what? I'm sorry, Mo. Nick was born without a sense of humor. Don't worry about it. How can you fault someone for being born that way? Let's talk about the murder. Let's see. It must have taken place around 10 PM last night. After rehearsals were finished, I was stuck it out, so I came back here. After I went to bed, that's when I caught a peek of it. Caught a peek? Of the crime. Must be suspected. This guy's the eyewitness to the crime. Meaning we're gonna have to fucking deal with him in a trial. The Ringmaster was truly ahead of his time. He would always add new elements to the show. New elements? When you've been a performer for a long time, your act starts getting a bit stale. I realize that even my act can get a bit long on the tooth. Sometimes my jokes can be a bit old-fashioned. A bit long on the tooth. But that make-believer takes things too far. Make-believer? That magician, the one that thinks he's all high and mighty. He had the gall to say to me, "You're one of those funny types, right?" What does he mean, one of those? Well, the joke's on him now. On him? Yup, he's got on everyone's nerves. The day of the murder. Go ahead. Nope, no way. Just forget I said anything. I bet he's still hiding something about Max. You say you saw the crime. Do you mind telling me what you saw? Well, the police told me that I can't share my story with others. Don't say a word, pal. I'm gonna have to let these lips stay zipped. It's not fair. I guess you're right. Maybe I can tell you a few details. But only if you can get old Stiff Lips here to make the funny. Stiff Lips? Hey, do you mean me? Nick, you can do it. What's the matter? Just getting ready. Okay. Do you know why I, Phoenix Wright, am a great lawyer? Because I'm right all the time. Good try, Phoenix. At least his expectations are low. I wouldn't let him quit his day job. Yeesh, cut a guy some slack. At least it was funnier than Chuckles over here. It wasn't the greatest joke I've heard, but you did try, so I'll tell you what I saw. Sorry he's incapable of being funny, Mo. I'm grinning thinking about it, for fuck's sake. I'm grinning thinking about that stupid fucking joke. I'm just imagining Phoenix like amping himself up and he just goes, you know why they call me Phoenix Wright? Because I'm right all the time. It just felt like a fucking idiot. And the others were just like, oh jeez. Once I had tucked myself into bed, I heard this this amazing noise. It was incredibly loud. Also, I'm gonna drop the voices because my throat already fucking hates me. It sounds like a giant thump. Once I heard it, I jumped out of bed. That's when I saw... Without question, without a doubt, it was that magician. That's what I saw, but it just proves how terrible that man actually is. He knows more about Max than he's letting on. Present Max's file to him. No, you have to actually click present first. If he thinks he can kill the ringmaster, it's only just that he should die too. Mo! Sorry, I crossed the line, but he truly is a disgusting human being. Why do you hate him so much? Let me tell you this one story. The morning before the murder, something terrible happened. Max clonked Ben right over the head as hard as he could. Ben, the ventriloquist with the speech impediment? You should go to the cafeteria and investigate for yourself. Cafeteria? Let's just say there's got to be something interesting there. Yes, the very big circus is very big, isn't it? You should always carry a map with you to get around. Ah, thank you. This is an atlas. Oh, I killed myself really. I'm dying here. Coronet. Now he's just laughing to hear his own voice. Move to the big top cafeteria. There's something else for you to talk about here. Don't want to miss anything else. You're doing so much running around. It's like case 3 of the first game. Ew, this place is gross. This must be because of last night. They didn't have time to clean up after dinner because of the murder. That reminds me. What was it that Mo said? He said that yesterday morning Max clonked Ben over the head here. He also said that there's got to be something interesting there. Nick, what's got to be interesting? Don't ask. Alright, big top cafeteria. That catches up. Examine the broken bottle on the floor. What's this? Must be a juice bottle or something. Watch out, Nick. There's broken glass all over the floor. Broken bottle just lying in the middle of the floor? Do you think that means anything? There's gotta be something interesting there. Huh? Looks like we're going to have to go back and meet with him. Him? Yeah, hint, hint. You've got everything you need now to do the sight clock on Max. So that's where we're going. Oh, so excuse me. Oh, jeez. Oh, it's my two sweeties. Welcome to the detention center. Did you just call me a sweetie again? What it says on today's agenda? What can I help you with? Well, we've gathered quite a few clues. Wonderfully fantabuloso. I mean, fabulous. That's why we came to meet with you again. Well, what's wrong? Quit making such a scary face. Okay then, Max. Let's make this absolutely fabulous.
Take that!
Meeting with Russell. Last night, you met with the ringmaster, correct? To negotiate your salary and such? Exactly. We reached an agreement about the salary for my 6-month-old contract. That's the truth? The whole truth? What do you mean? You just went to his office to negotiate your new salary? I hate lies, and I hate lies even more. What are you insinuating? you have any proof that I did something other than negotiate my fee last night? Yeah. Right?
Take that!
That's... It was on the table in the ringmaster's room. You weren't lying when you said that you received quite a raise. Is there a problem with being well compensated? Not with the compensation, just with the date. This is dated a week ago. Max, you finished your contract negotiations a week ago. Fabulous. Alright, I'll tell you the truth. That night, the ringmaster called me to his room. He called you? Why did he do that? Sorry, sweetie, that's private. Ringmaster called him, must be some sort of problem. Max, perhaps you could share with me what you two spoke about. Well, not if I don't have to. Isn't that why the ringmaster called you into his room last night? It was the broken bottle? Because you, like, smacked some fucker over the head? You smacked Ben? Isn't this why you were called to the ringmaster's room that night? Where did you get that? The cafeteria. But you already knew that, didn't you? Oh, of course. It fell and broke on the floor. He's still hiding something else. Max, what is it, my sweetie? It didn't fall and break on the floor. You used this bottle too. Whack a 31-year-old man. Burton. You nailed him over the head with this bottle, didn't you? And that's why you got called to the ringmaster's room that night. Fabulous! You might as well be a magician. The truth is, yesterday morning during breakfast, we had a run-in. You mean you had a fight with Ben and the ventriloquist? You could put it that way. Why did you fight with him? Ben seems like such a quiet man. We fought about my sweetie pie. You mean Regina? An ill-bred creep told my sweetie pie princess that he was in love with her. Who would put up with that? Ill-bred? Are you talking about the same Ben? Told her he was in love with her. Are you sure it's the same Ben we're talking about? All I can say is that he made me mad and I had to tap him on his head hard. Oh, on his hard head. That's when the ringmaster called me and I realized this was my chance. Your chance? That's when I went to his room and I laid it out on the table. I asked him to let me marry my sweetie pie. What? The ringmaster told me that sounds good to me. That's why my sweetie pie is my sweetie pie and no one else's. I see. Since Ben was causing me so much trouble, I realized I had to shut him up. Shut him up? What do you mean by shut him up? You don't know? Do you, my sweeties? Trillo can't say a word. Not without Ben. Trillo? The puppet. The ventriloquist's puppet. His real name is Trillo Quist. But a puppet doesn't talk. I know. That's why I hid it. Before the police came and took me away, of course. If that puppet started flapping off at the Balzer, I'd be screwed. You hid him? You mean the ventriloquist puppet? You're so smart, sweetie. Where did you hide him? What? Sweetie? You aren't thinking of trying to add him to my defense, are you? Well, Ben does seem awfully lonely without his puppet. Fabulous. That should have taught him a lesson. Okay, I hid Trillo in the ringmaster's room. You don't mind going there and getting Trillo for me, do you, my sweets? No problem. Not at all. Thank you, Max. You know, I can't stand to see my sweeties in a jam. Then don't go hiding puppets. Alright, all the way to the ringmaster's room we go. Huh, Ben's not here anymore. Yeah, I went to ask him something. It's cold out, he's probably in the tent. What do you think, Nick? I wonder if we've been making any progress. Don't be so negative, of course we're making progress. But everyone loved the ringmaster, and there's no sign of footprints on the scene. There's still a lot of mysteries left to be solved. Of course. And now Regina isn't here. I'm not seeing how that's related. Looks like the same as always. A great big mess. Considering how messy it is, I bet they wouldn't notice if another poster went missing. Will you just stop it, you poster pilfer? I'm just kidding. You know I already got one of these posters. You mean stole one of these posters? Yeah, let's focus on what Max told us. He said that he hid Trillo somewhere in his room. Trillo. Oh, the ventriloquist puppet. Nick, look at all these cute trophies. Indeed, just look at all the awards this circus has won. Like, All Country Quiz Championship, Ringmasters Association Mini Golf Master, Beer Belly Balloon Bounce Champ, Pet Grooming Grand Prix. Wow, the Ringmaster was multi-talented in ways I could have never imagined. This thing's shoved onto the bookshelf. That's Trillo. That's Ben's puppet. I think you're right. We'll go back to him later. Alright, after you've got Trillo, Quist. Ow. Oh, I need to go back to the big top cafeteria. Why do I have to carry this thing? Oh, hey, Ben. Hello. Hello to you too. It's awfully cold today, don't you agree? Yeah, I do indeed. You think it's cold, Nick? I don't see how talking about the weather is helping our case. Remember your fucking puppet and unleash hell. Ah, Ben, this is yours, isn't it?
Yes, that's mine.
Here you go. Trust me, we've unleashed hell by giving up, Trillo. Alright, let's get going. That time, isn't it? See you around, Ben.
Okay.
So, Nick, where are we going next? Let's see. Maybe we should go talk to the clown once. Hey, wait! Who said that? What are you looking at? I'm right here behind. Here, you blind wrench. What's your problem anyway? Don't you know how to properly greet someone? Ben, is that you, Ben? No, I would never. It was me, yeah, me, down here. You're Trillo? That's Mr. Quisty, you, sir. Learn some manners before you just blurt out my name. Now try speaking to me again, but this time with some proper respect. Not again. Mr. Quist, is that better? No, look at me when I'm talking to you, you 8-bit excuse for an attorney. Trillo, we talked about insulting people, you promised. But he was mocking me. Not being mean to bullies was not included in the deal. I'm sorry, Trillo. Nick, what just happened? Trillo is still a puppet, right? A ventriloquist puppet. Hey, who do you think you are calling me a puppet? Anyway, let's talk to fucking Trillo about everything. So that's what you know about the murder. Talking to me? I said you talking to me? Don't look at him when you're talking to me. Trillo Quist, you behave, young man. Oh, whoops. Shut up, Woody. What murder are you talking about? The one, you mean the one where they off the old man? I guess so. You need to make such a fuss about things. That old mud paid us all peanuts. Trillo, you can't say things like that. I didn't raise you to be that kind of puppet. Don't you have nerve pills or something you need to take right now? These two are really an odd couple, aren't they, Nick? Okay, I'll talk. Graham's got clobbered over the head. Let me lay it out for you all. The pace sucks, the clown sucks, and my partner has his hands up my pants. Oh, you mean Ben? Yeah, the creepy old guy who never finds it in himself to leave me alone. Tell him to back off for me, will you? He's just another one of those dorks around here. Oh my. But I'll be fair. In this cesspool of human garbage masquerading as performers, I found my Madonna. Your Madonna? Regina, my lovely Regina. She is stunning, right, Ben? Well, I'm not sure if I would go that far. You have to excuse him. He does not understand of what he speaks. I, on the other hand, am an appreciator of true beauty, hence why I shall marry her. Marry? The ringmaster got knocked upside his cheap head by that flying frog. You mean Max Galactica? Why do you say that? Trillo, straighten up. Don't accuse people like that. Straighten up? I made a word. Besides, you were there. You know what happened. You were there? If you're that interested, then I'll let you in on the facts. You're going to marry Regina? That's right. She doesn't quite realize the joy that awaits her, does she? I think I'm beginning to see why she seemed troubled. Well, she... I don't care. This is my choice, not hers. We're getting hitched. I know you think that, but... But what? I gave her a special gift. I gave her the wonderful gift of song. gave her a song? Well, I am a renowned tenor. You'll be happy to know that I've decided to grace you with one of my songs. Me, 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 me. I want you to touch me. I want you to kiss me. I want you to... The rest is private. Well, the melody is pretty good. Those lyrics, I think they need a little work. Who asked you? I'm the artist here. Thanks. Now that Trillo's here. Now that Trillo's here. Does that mean you can talk normally now? Hey, buttface! You must be looking forward to tomorrow, aren't you, Mr. Ambulance Chaser? You know, it's time to get rid of that pesky magician once and for all. Trillo. Enough jibber jabber. Let's get to the court already. Hey, wait a sec. Nick, what's going on? He's a witness for tomorrow's trial. Go to the big top. What in the world happened to Ben and Trillo? Quite a pair, those two. What did that puppet... Oh no, now what? Yow! Ah! Hey, welcome back, Nick. Monkey. Ah, my badge! That monkey stole it. What? Mr. Attorney, that face was so cute. You look so completely dumbfounded. Regina, that monkey. Hey, no need to get angry, okay? But, my attorney's badge. Don't worry, I'll help you out. Okay, if you say so. If I get my badge back, how can I flash it? By the way, the monkey's name is Money. Money the monkey. His name is Money? His name is Monkey. Money? The monkey is called Money? Yes. Well, the rich ape just stole my attorney's badge. Why don't I get it back? I'll see what I can do. Even I have money problems. Whenever Money sees something shiny, he takes it back home. Ha, that's pretty funny. Well, I guess I'll just have to find out where Money's disappeared to. I think that's your best bet. You should probably ask Uncle Mo. He might know. You don't know? Well, Money isn't exactly someone I'm on friendly terms with. What? It's not really the kind of animal that I work with, even if it does need taming. Oh, I see. Go to Moe's, I guess it's time to revisit that clown. Do you mind telling us a bit about Ben? Ben? You mean the guy that's always hanging around with Trillo? Or do you mean hanging around? Well, he was there when Trillo told me that he was in love with me. Trillo told you he was in love with you? Yes, he did. Kinda cute, don't you think? Man, she is extremely sheltered. He's so smart, and he's such a wonderful singer. I love him. But what about Ben? What about Ben? It's got nothing to do with me loving Trillo. Like sand through the hourglass. So are the days of the circus. Regina, you were proposed to, weren't you? Proposed to? No, that won't be for a while. Huh? Really? That's strange, isn't it, Nick? Yeah, Max and Trillo both said otherwise. They said they asked for her hand in marriage. Ah, but Max only talked about the ringmaster about it. Forgot about that. He asked the ringmaster for her hand, not Regina directly. So I guess Trillo hasn't asked her directly yet. What? He's going to propose to me? I'm so confused. So, how about you, Maya? Huh? What? Who do you think I should go for, Max or Trillo? Wait. You realise that Trillo is a puppet, huh? I don't care that he's a bit stiff. Oh boy. Let's go to Moe's room and put up with that fucking clown. And the worst part is that's not even an insult. He is a clown. Detective Gumshoe took off already. Yeah, probably because we ditched him earlier. I bet he and the other cops got lonely and headed back to the precinct. Oh my god, Oh my, if it is Mr. Wright all the time. It's right to be wrong every now and then, right? See, Nick, it just took a while for the joke to find its audience. So what can I do for you? Do you remember a good joke you wanted to tell me? Pull up a chair or maybe just pull my finger and let me have it. We're going to get the same sound effect either way, aren't we? How do you know I put a whoopee cushion on the chair? You really know what it takes to be a clown, don't you? Part of the reason people don't like this isn't just that the case itself doesn't make as much sense as it really should, and you have to take some ridiculous leaps in logic to solve it. Is the fact that most of the fucking characters in this case are insufferable. Genuinely, most of the characters you meet here are really annoying. The clown fucking sucks. Regina doesn't work. Max is extremely arrogant. And Trillo is an asshole. Like, most of the characters suck in this case, and that's what really drags it down for a lot of people. So about Regina. Regina is such a pure, innocent child.
I can't stop yawning.
Once you start, it becomes a curse. She's such a cutie too. She was born and raised in the circus, you know. But that means she doesn't really know much about the world outside the big top. Sounds like Pearly. For her, every child's dream is the circus, and dream in a circus is her everyday reality. She lives in a dream world. She sees dancing wild animals, men flying in the air, and one very funny clown each day. The funny thing is, that all seems normal to her because it's her everyday life. I guess that explains why she thinks she can marry a ventriloquist puppet. Don't ask me if her reality is a good thing or a bad thing, though. A clown sees life simply, without complications. Have you ever heard of a monkey named Money? Ah, yes, Money. He stole my attorney's badge. Well, Money does love shiny objects. It makes sense that he'd swipe your badge. But under no circumstance can you chase after him. Huh? Why is that? Oh, I know. You don't want to get involved with any monkey business, right? Exactly, bravo, bravo. Enough joking around, though. Money isn't considered a member of Regina's family. Then who does he belong to? I'll be happy to take you to where his owner is staying. You mean right now? Of course! Shall we go? Fine, let's go with him. We're going to Acro's room. This is it. What's wrong, Mr. Wright? I can't breathe. Don't be such a wimp. You only had to climb 2 flights of stairs. Anyways, this is the place. Acro's room. Acro? He's an acrobat. It seems like he's not around today. That's a big pile of junk over in the corner. I don't think it'd be wrong to assume that Phoenix's stuff is over there too. Just be careful to make sure you've got right stuff. Thanks, Mo. See you later. Might need a monkey added to the record. Examine the pile of stuff. Holy cow. There's a fork, a mirror, everything's shiny. There's even a really cheap looking knockoff wristwatch. Look at this. It's a trophy, and it's really heavy. Nick, I found it. Your badge. It's right here. Oh. Thanks. You really safe. Huh? What's the matter? Did you find something? Yeah, check it out. It's a ring. Something engraved on it. From T to R. From Trillo to Regina. Well, I think it's about time we wrap up our investigation. Do you think we'll win in court tomorrow? Who knows? Even I can't imagine what kind of testimony will come out tomorrow. I'm guessing Mo will be a witness in court. Mo and maybe the puppet. Don't worry, Nick. No matter what, we've still got a magician on our side. That's good, because we might need some magic tomorrow. Stop yawning. I don't know why I'm so tired today. Oh, I'm just yawning. Good morning, Max. Max? Milk. What? Don't have a glass of milk before I go on stage? I just can't function, sweetie. Stage? Don't worry, there won't be a stage. All you have to do is sit down. I guess. Nick, Max is really nervous. It's understandable. Hey, my sweeties. What? You don't think I should fly, do you? Huh? You know, you've got to make a good first impression. When I entered the room, maybe I should fly in and warm up the crowd a little. No. We can't be having you flying around the courtroom. It just wouldn't be right. Imagine if you hit someone. Don't worry, Max. Just do what Nick says and everything will be okay. Oh, sweetie. What is it this time, Max? Why don't you try flying into the courtroom? I can see it now, the dashing young lawyer flying fabulously from afar above. One glimpse of that, and everyone in the room will be on your side. Max, really? No one needs to fly today. Nick, what's with that look in your eyes? I like the sound of that. Dashing young lawyer flying fabulously. It's December the 29th, 10 AM, District Court, number 2. And Francisca's going to be a little bit more humbled, I hope, after that one. Case of 1. What? You want to get on with it? Oh, sorry. I just realised the defendant's name is Billy Bob Johns. So? Well, isn't the defendant also known as Maximilian Galactica? Yes, Your Honour, he does often go by that name. You know, my grandchild is a huge fan of his. I think everyone here wouldn't mind if we called the defendant Maximilian Galactica. Sounds more friendly. I wonder if that is to our advantage. Ms. Von Karma, your opening statement, if you please. Hope you didn't bother thinking you'd win this one, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The spirit channeling trial was a sham. I refuse to acknowledge it legitimately. Acknowledge its legitimacy. Do not count. Do you hear me? She must still be upset about what happened last time. You have no chance. Zero, zilch, nada. I'm not losing this case. Why, you ask? Because it is not in the nature of a Von Karma to lose at anything. I guess being born with the name Von Karma is a free pass, be arrogant and annoying. Watch and learn, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'll show you the textbook procedure of proving how absolutely guilty you are. Me? Guilty? What are you talking about? It will be my ultimate revenge. It's not like he'll bring her dad back. There, opening statement complete. Now let's hurry and wrap up this waste of time. Very well, you may call your first witness, Miss Von Karma. Detective Dick Gumshoe, get up there, now! Sorry to keep you from work. I'm sure you need every penny you can earn, Detective. Don't mention it. It's no trouble at all. I've been looking forward to this. Very well. I'd like you to begin by shedding light on the events in question. At your service, sir. All right, Detective. You may proceed with your testimony. Details of the events. The night of the crime, snow was falling until 9:40 PM, making it extremely cold out. All the circus performers were gathered in the big drop top to practice their routines. The practice session broke up around 10. Trying to think, is there a get the screen to vanish for a second button? I don't think there is. The murder itself took place in the plaza in front of the lodging house at 10:15. The victim was found bent over a wooden box and dead as a doornail. The cause of death was a blunt force trauma that snapped a vertebrae in his neck. I see. He was beaten to death. Here is the autopsy report for the victim. The court accepts this into evidence. A blunt object. Very well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honour. Press Gumshoe on the statement, the night of the crime, snow was falling until 9:40, making it extremely cold. Let me ask you about the snow. It was nearly a blizzard up until the time of the crime. Did it pile up? It wasn't such a big deal. Maybe about 1.5 inches was on the ground. The snow froze in place and stayed on the ground until the next day. The snow, let me see. There's got to be more to this. What's the matter, Nick? I need to take a look at the court record. Mr. Gumshoe, what were the members of the circus doing on the night of the crime? Okay, after that we need to press. The victim was found bent over a wooden box, dead as a doornail. Hold it. A wooden box? That's right. The victim must have been carrying the wooden box when he was killed. Carrying the box, huh? It was a rather strange wooden box, Your Honour. What do you mean? Well, it was much heavier than it looked. Not to mention it was locked. Locked, you say? This may be the only chance I might ask some questions. About the contents. Do you mind telling us what was inside the box? Well, when we found the box, it was locked tighter than Fort Knox. So we took it back to the station and cracked it open. All that was inside was this little bottle. Bottle? What is that, detective? Exactly what it looks like, Your Honor. It's a condiment bottle. What's inside the bottle? It's filled with pepper. Pepper? Why in the world is it locked in that big box? There's only one little bottle in that huge box. I wonder if that has some sort of special meaning. Small seasoning bottle. Press comes from the statement the cause of death was blunt force trauma and a snapped vertebrae in his neck. According to this autopsy report, the murder weapon was a blunt object, correct? Oh my god, we have so many witness testimonies. I just scrolled down. There's usually we average 2 or 3 per part of trial. This one's got 4 at least. I've got an annoying itch on my foot. Hang on. According to the autopsy report, the murder was a blunt object, correct? You've done your homework, pal. And you haven't found this murder weapon, have you? The police are searching for it as we speak. My theory is that it's something the perpetrator ran off with. You would think so, especially since you didn't find it on the scene. No. I bet he made it disappear in magic. Well, I think we've had a good feel for the details of the events now. Guess that's all we're going to get out of Gumshoe in this. I mean, all we're going to get out of him is on this little bottle of pepper. Now that we've wrapped up with the detective, I'd like to call my next witness. Huh? I'm not even off the stand yet. Obviously. But that's due to you being slow, unable to take a hint. I don't know, but wrapped up has such a mean sound to it. I'm a sensitive guy. Thank you very much, Detective Gumshoe. You may step down. Miss Von Karma, call your next witness. I'd like to call Mr. Benjamin Woodman to the stand. Oh, she must be talking about that ventriloquist. I wonder if Trillo will show up on the stand as well. Of course he does. Please state your name and occupation for the record. My full name is Trillo Quiz. I am employed by an operative tenor. Excuse me? The witness called to the stand was one Mr. Benjamin Woodman, ventriloquist. That robe must be cutting off the circulation. I said I was the singer. Maybe you don't believe me. Fine, I'll grace you with a song. Me. The world of the law, exciting and daring, guilty or innocent, decided by the judge dressed up like a woman. Well, what do you think? You had a good rhythm? Just the lyrics. They leave something to be desired, so to speak. Trillo, you know better than to insult a judge. Shut up, just look at your nose. You would think you'd have a sense to fix it. It's so ugly, I want to punch it off your face. On the off chance swelling would help. You know that your nose is the reason you'll never be an A-list star. Celebrities must really enjoy saying everything that flashes into their minds. What's going on here? Order, order, I demand to know who the witness is. Don't worry about me, sir. I'll let Trillo handle this. I'm not worried about you one bit. I'm worried about getting testimony. My God, ouch! You won't get anywhere trying to figure out this witness. Now let's proceed. Once practice was over, I left the tent with the stooge, clown. Once we got into the lodging house, I ditched him and went back to the plaza's entrance. That's when I saw Max heading towards the scene of the crime. He's the only one who heading that way. How could that punk not be the killer? Then the police showed up and took Magic Boy away. You saw Maximilian Galactica heading towards the scene. You're sure of that? Without a doubt, he had it on his slick silk hat, cloak, and that dumb white rose on his chest. How can you mistake someone with that crazy get-up and his nose stuck up so high? That's enough. I think we all get the picture. Just one thing, you said you ditched the clown? That's right, dress-up boy. Well, since you weren't with him, couldn't that mean the clown committed the crime? He's got a point. What a shame. It was a nice theory, but the clown can't be the culprit. Why's that? Here's absolute proof. Silk hat. This was found at the scene of the crime. It belongs to the defendant. Without question, he was wearing his signature hat during practice. If the clown was the murderer, there'd be no reason for that hat to be at the scene. Well done, Miss Von Karma. Your prosecuting skills are unrivaled. Very well done. Thank you for stating the obvious. Mr. Phoenix Wright, what do you have to say? Okay, I guess she's the boss again today. Press Trillo on the statement, he was the only one heading that way. You saw Max and only Max, right, Trillo? That's right, and that makes him the killer. There's only one person headed that way that night. That makes quite a bit of sense and makes Max one suspicious character. There's more to this story than meets the eye. Is there something amiss there? That's a bit strange, don't you think? What's strange? That you only saw Max. Doesn't it seem like you should have seen someone else as well? Where are you going with this, Mr. Wright? Who else do you suppose a witness could have seen? Russell, right? Oh no, Regina. No, it was Russell. I read ahead too much. And that's what you get. You get a bunch of like text like talking through it to give you a chance. Yeah, it's Russell, and then we have another statement that we present Regina. That was my bad. I just read ahead too much. Take that! That's the victim. That's correct. If Trillo was at the entrance to the plaza, he should have seen the ringmaster as well. Ah, obviously the ringmaster arrived at the scene of the crime before the witness. Could have seen him. Anyone with sense could have figured that one out. What are you talking about? The ringmaster and Max went together to the ringmaster's room. Is that, according to the defendant, a likely story? If Maximilian Galactico was supposed to be in the ringmaster's room, why was he, just as the witness stated, at the scene of the crime? Ah, I see. Seems that at this stage I have no reason to doubt the witness's testimony. And there are clearly no conclusive contradictions. He's right. A brilliant judgment, Your Honor. Now let's move along with the testimony. Trillo wouldn't happen to have an ulterior motive for incriminating Max, would he? Well, Max is part of that bitter love triangle with Regina, which is probably why Max conked him over the head. Nick, wasn't Ben the one who got knocked over the head? Yeah, I think so. I don't know anymore. Then the police showed up and took Magic Boy away. Press him on it and then present Regina. Around what time did the police arrive at the scene? I suppose that would have been around... Hey, what time was it? Huh? I think it was around... I'd say a bit after 10:30, I think. Practice ended at 10, so you hung around the lodging house the entire time? I guess that sounds about right. Wasn't it awfully cold? I can't believe you just stand outside in that weather. Well, the truth is... Will you shut up, you big-nosed dope? Why did you say anything extra? Why can't you believe that we just stand outside in that weather? Well, maybe you were waiting for someone. What? Who said we were waiting for someone? Mr. Phoenix Wright, we can all do without your offhanded theories. Objection! But this witness, he's cracking under the pressure already. I'm onto something. Mr. Wright? Who do you suppose the witness was waiting for out in the cold that night? This is the time we present Regina. No, he's waiting for karma. Well, if he was waiting outside in the cold, it was for one person. And one person only. He was waiting for the animal tamer Regina. What? You were waiting outside for Regina to come back to the lodging house. Am I mistaken? Is this true? Well, you can't really ask me that question. Who cares what I was waiting for that night? What's important is what I saw, don't you forget it. Well. The puppet may be a bit stiff, but he's right. Alright. There's obviously a reason why this witness was there that night. He spent all that time waiting for Regina to arrive. Moreover, even if someone else would have walked right in front of him, I doubt he would have paid them a second thought. That makes perfect sense. What did you just say? The witness saw the defendant at the scene of the crime. Objection! However, he did not see the victim on the way to his eventual demise. If you accept that, then you must accept that there's a high likelihood that he could have missed someone else other than Max heading to the scene. Ow! There's absolutely no proof that the witness was waiting for the animal tamer. I guess you got me. Alright, I'll spill the beans for real this time. It's true, I was waiting for Regina. Pain! Don't volunteer things. Mr. Quist says the truth this time, and I mean the whole truth. Were you, or were you not, waiting for Regina at the entrance onto the lodging house? I was. I was waiting to propose to her. You were what? Waiting to propose? What's the matter? You think that humans have a monopoly on marriage? The matter of the puppet marriage is not under review in this case. You're the judge? I mean, look at your horrible outfit. More pain. Thanks to your bumbling, my perfect plan is not so perfect anymore. Now we have to waste time getting to the bottom of some silly proposal by a puppet. About the proposal, about how this is somehow relevant. Don't be surprised that I was going to propose to Regina. I even had something to give to her. I kept it in my pocket, waiting for the chance to propose and give it to her. Of course, I also had it in my pocket that night, and it was a present for her. In the end, I wasn't able to give it to her, so I still got it in my pocket. You're going to propose a puppet? Don't be so obtuse. Just because I'm a puppet doesn't mean I can't love. I guess you're right. Just because I'm old doesn't mean I couldn't propose to her too. Judge! Exactly. His honor is looking a little less than honorable right now. Yeah, how old is she? 16. Judge! Okay, Mr. Wright, please continue your cross-examination. What was that sigh at the end? Press trigger on the statement. I even had something to give her. What was it exactly you planned on giving her? You know exactly what I was going to give her, you numbskull. Anything I could find that could match Regina's beauty. Answer his question. What was it? You're going to die when you hear this. It's an engagement ring. Engagement ring? Wow, those two nearly fell out of their chairs. Mr. Phoenix Wright's joke has gone too far. She's like, what the fuck? You actually had a wedding ring ready, engagement ring ready to go? Like, I can appreciate like the humanness of Karma here, where it's like she's genuinely just kind of like turned around and gone, hang on a fucking minute, the puppet actually had an engagement ring, like a legit engagement ring? What? Like, you legit got money for that? Time for this to end right here. Franziska's whip looks like it's about to lash out almost anything. One hit from that thing will probably shut someone up for a long time. Pain equals bad! No, push on anyway. Maybe something of a joke, but this is a historic moment. The first time that a puppet has ever proposed to a human being. Ow! I advise you to cut this argument short. I'm going to have to agree with the defense here. Will the witness please revise their testimony? Specifically about the engagement ring? I like to stick to facts, not sociology. Sure, I do enjoy sweating the details, especially for a man in a black bathrobe. Present ring to the statement. In the end, I wasn't able to give it to her, so I still put it in my pocket. Was it this fucking ring? Objection! Trillo, do you mind if I show you something? What is it? What are you talking about? Uh-oh. Looks like they've been going to double team me now. Do you recognize this ring? Ah, that's mine. Give it back, thief. Thief! Didn't you just testify about this very object? I believe you said. In the end, I wasn't able to give it to her, so I've still got it in my pocket. Why then do I have it right here? What is going on here? That's... Ben, say something. Don't put me on the spot like that, Trillo. I found this in Money's room. Money's room? You mean a room they put money? Like a bankroll? Heh, that filthy monkey's gonna get what's coming to him. Mr. Quist, I would prefer if you avoided slandering innocent fiats in my court. Well, Your Honor, Money really is a monkey in every sense of the word. Oh, I see. Well then. Money likes to go after the shiniest things that he can find and gather them up. Shiny things? Trillo, when was this ring stolen from you? Well, I suppose it was that time, you know, at night, the night of the crime. What did you just say? Details. I need more details. Well, it was stolen right after Max showed up at the plaza. Right about when you saw the defendant walk past, correct? Well, I guess you might be able to say that. The ring might have, well, it could have been taken around that time. Yo! So the monkey just fucking goes around and beats people up to take it. That's... Ben, what's with you? Oh, whatever. Something to do with anything, especially not you committed murder. It's not for you to decide that what has to do with what. Now, Trillo, back to the topic at hand. I haven't admitted a thing. Not I, Mr. Trillo-quist. What did you mean when the ring... What did you do when the ring was taken, Trillo? You know exactly what I did. I chased after the ring, snatching monkey money. But you weren't able to catch up with him, were you? A slow, loafy fool called Ben's fault. While he was fumbling his way through the snow, this dumb monkey was able to get away. It was indeed an incredible shame. Well, this does indeed prove one very important point. Prove an important point? What point could that possibly be? Ben doesn't exercise enough. Ben's testimony is a flaw. There's a huge contradiction in that witness's testimony. And I will scroll down to, yes, the next testimony and the last one for this piece of the trial. Contradiction. The witness just testified to the following effect. Up until the police arrived, he didn't move from the entrance to the plaza. However, the witness just stated that he chased after Money the monkey. When the witness was off chasing money, there was no one watching the plaza. What is the meaning of all this, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Where are you going with this little theory of yours? I'm saying that there is no possible way that this witness saw the plaza the entire time. That's where I'm going with this little theory, which leads me to my next point. It is entirely possible that someone other than the defendant was at the scene. I've still got the image in my mind. Yeah, I was gonna say of Von Karma, just going, engagement ring? I've still got it in my head. Like from earlier. Well then, tell me this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Do you have any proof that something slipped past this vigilant ventriloquist? Objection! Well, he obviously didn't see the victim, the ringmaster, arrive at the scene. However, that doesn't change the fact that he saw the defendant arrive. The witness is lying. He's blinded by his rivalry with Max. Well, the defendant's argument does hold water. The witness does have a history of animosity towards the defendant. What? How dare you? I wouldn't lie just to get the dork face in trouble. It's not even worth it. I saw him, no doubt about it. I saw that worthless liar. Well, just for clarity's sake, let's flesh out exactly who you saw on that night. Ha, told you so many times. You think you'd know my story is not changing. You've already changed your story, stick boy, and I'm sure you'll change some more. Where there is one lie, there's usually many more behind it. Exactly, Maya. That's why we have to keep after him. Yeah. Witnessing Max. I'll give you that I was waiting that night for Regina. But it doesn't change the fact that I saw Max in the plaza that night. He showed up after I had been waiting there for about 5 minutes. I said good evening to him, but he didn't even acknowledge my presence. I'm absolutely sure it was him. I saw Maximilian Galactica at the scene. There's no way I could mistake someone wearing those 3 ridiculous symbols. So that means that Money didn't show up after you saw Max? That's right, Money ran up less than a minute after I saw Max. Then Money snatched the ring and you went chasing after him. How long was it until you came back to where you were waiting? Well, let's see. I'd say about, I suppose, 5 minutes, I think. So the victim could have arrived on the scene in that 5-minute stretch. Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Present the broken bottle to the statement, I said good evening to him. Yeah, because why would you? He literally attacked you that morning. Why would you? Trillo, it's not true that you... is it not true that you had a fight with Max on the day of the murder? A fight? A fight over Regina, to be exact. It wasn't that big of a deal, it was just an argument, a disagreement at the most. A disagreement doesn't usually end with someone getting clonked over the head. That morning, Ben got clobbered over the head by Max, didn't he? What? Is that an admission of assault and battery? Ouch. Before we handle that, we should wrap up the defense's murder charge first. The truth is that on the day of the crime, the defendant and witness had a huge fight. There is absolutely no way they would have suddenly become cordial that evening. Moreover, just consider the personality of the witness on the stand. There is no way a puppet this lewd, oh my, how lewd, would just up and say good evening to his rival.
Objection!
Are you saying this witness is lying? That he is trying to frame the defendant by claiming to have seen him at the crime scene? I didn't tell a single lie, honestly, I just... That's enough from you, Mr. Quist. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Has clarified his testimony for the court. Could you explain your theory about who the witness actually saw that night? He saw a different person. It is my belief that the witness did indeed see someone that night. It was just someone else. That's who he said good evening to. What kind of theory is that? The correct one. Furthermore, I don't believe the person the witness saw was Max at all. What? If he had truly met Max that night, there would have been no greeting at all. Which means there is only one proper answer. The person the witness saw that night was not Maximilian Galactica. That was why Trillo made the effort to greet whoever it was he saw that evening. Or good evening, as he put it. What in the world, you... Would the defense kindly explain who was Trillo saw that evening, then? Who would he be nice to? Who's the only person he'd be nice to, other than his fucking boss? Considering the ill temper of this witness, there's only one person he would greet. It must be Regina. It's Regina, right? She's so cute. No, Your Honor, it is not Regina. If it was Regina, Trillo would have given her the engagement ring as a present. Oh, yeah, I suppose you got a point there. It was Russellberry, the victim himself, was it not? You are correct. It was indeed Russellberry. The person you saw that evening was the victim, the ringmaster Russellberry. That's why you greeted him, Trillo. Isn't that correct? No. Answer the question, Mr. Quist. Order. How do you respond to this? Wait a second. Well, at first I thought it was the old man, but once I got a better look at him, it was obviously Maximilian Galactica. How can you mistake the two? I think it's high time that we clear the air about this question. Mr. Quist obviously witnessed a single person in the area of the plaza that evening. The problem is identifying exactly who that person was. Was it Maximilian Galactica? Or was it the ringmaster, one Mr. Russellberry? The prosecution argues that it was the defendants that the witness saw that night. The witness has clearly stated that he saw the defendant's 3 symbols. 3 symbols? Alright, this is getting old. Come on, man, you gotta remember them by now. Here we go again, everyone, all together now. Ow! Yes, we know. The silk hat, cloak, and white roses. Objection! A silk hat and a cloak? Anyone could wear them. They'd even look good on me. What was that? Well, the witness has endlessly repeated that he saw Max's 3 symbols. However, how do we really know it was Maximilian Galactica? It could have been someone else dressed up as him. Possibly even Russellberry. What? Miss Von Karma? Do you have clear evidence that the person the witness saw was the defendant? Well, If that's the case, then it is impossible for me to make a judgment at this point. Yes! I think we finally won a point in this one. That is very unfortunate. Huh? You're just a little too excited for your own good, Mr. Phoenix, right? What do you mean by that? You merely established one thing from this witness. You established that this witness saw one person in the plaza that night. I applaud you on your effort, but... But? Who that person was can only be answered by the next witness. Huh? Your Honor, the prosecution will provide, beyond the shadow of a doubt, an answer to that question, and evidence will clearly establish that clearly establishes one thing: that there was no one other than Maximilian Galactica responsible for this crime. Very well. The court will take a 10-minute recess. During that time, I request the prosecution prepare their next witness. Court is now in recess. To be continued. And we go to part 2, which is another at least 4 testimonies. Jesus. Yeah, I'm not gonna. I wanted to try and do this whole game in 2 streams. It's not fucking happening. I forgot how long the cases get as a rule in this game. Sweetie, you have to believe me. I didn't go anywhere near that crime scene. So then, where were you when the murder took place? We talked about it yesterday, remember? I was in the ringmaster's room. And while you were there, it was the ringmaster who left the room, right? Exactly, he told me to wait in the room because he would be right back. That's when the ringmaster headed to the scene of the crime, right? That's what it would seem like. But the ringmaster must have been wearing Max's costume, right? Oh, sweetie, I just remembered. I went straight to the ringmaster's room still dressed in my stage clothes. But when I got there, I went ahead and took the costume off. Which means... It means that the ringmaster could have taken his costume and went out looking like Max. Fabulous! That's a fabulously possible possibility. Heh, well done, Nick. However, sweetie, why would the ringmaster want to dress up like me? Isn't that a bit strange? If you think about it, all they found at the crime scene was my silk hat. What about my cloak? Where did that go? Double, Wow, Max, never thought of that. You should be a detective or something. Well, I was never quite sure what to be when I grew up, magician or president. You have no idea how hard it was to make a decision. That's really cool. Fabulous. This mystery just keeps getting deeper. Now that everyone is back, let's get started. The court is now back in session. Miss Von Karma, please proceed with the prosecution's case. Very well, I will now call my next witness. A pitiful clown with the unfortunate distinction of having seen the entire thing. Will Mr. Lawrence Curls please take to the stand? Why did you just call him a pitiful clown? The witness will state his name and occupation for the court record. In West Philadelphia, born and raised. Name and occupation. Will the witness please inform the court why he was speaking autobiographical gibberish? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just not used to being in court. I've never been in a courtroom in my life. I just wasn't quite sure what joke is best suited for this sort of occasion. What in the world are you talking about? You're in the Grand Hall of Justice, not some comedy club. Then it's easy for you, your occupation. Please state your name to the court. Oh yeah, maybe this joke is okay. Mom, do I have to wear pants? The sign only says no shirt, no shoes, no service. Okay, how about this? Have you met my proctologist, Mr. Dr. Seymour Butts? How was that one? But a couple of clowns are up to no good, so I'm making trouble in the neighborhood. Your name. Lawrence Curls, professional funny man, also known as Motor Clown. You witnessed the scene at around 10:15 p.m. the day of the murder, correct? Yes, it is. Very well, Mr. Curls. Will you please testify to what you saw that evening? A rabbi, a priest, and a Rastafarian walked into this plot without the humor, please. Okay. Aw, poor Mo can't be his normal stoogey self in the court. Yeah, it's a fucking good thing. What you witnessed? I know. I'm not the greatest comedian in the world. I haven't been able to make people laugh for 10 years. No matter what I say, all I get in return is a vacant stare and polite applause. Since no one ever laughs at my jokes, I've taken to laughing at them myself. It's a bad habit, but hey, at least I'm trying. Imagine my predicament, a clown who can't make people laugh. It's almost useless. But I keep trying, and I even tried to come up with jokes just today. But this atmosphere is very nerve-wracking. I decided to try and make everyone laugh. Seriously, everyone, what do you think of me? How am I doing? Aren't we the ones supposed to be asking the questions here? Witness? Huh? We will listen to your call for help after the court proceedings are over. Thus, please stick to the facts of this case. Really, you'll really hear me out? Well, I'll make sure that one of my staff will be on your straight man later. Thank you, I can wait. Poor Gumshoe. Yeah, of course. She's gonna say, hey, look, I can sack Gumshoe. Yeah, morning, John. Hope you're doing well. We're doing case 3, Turnabout Big Top. The one that's infamous for being like the worst case of the whole original trilogy. It's the one that everyone fucking hates because all the characters are really damn annoying involved, and when we get to the second half of it, the case makes no goddamn sense. And you have to jump through fucking loops for it to logic together. But one thing at a time. And of course, it's a case-free in a detective game, so of course it's terrible. Where do you think Danganronpa got its inspiration from? Now that's been settled. Shall we begin once again with the testimony? Of course we can. I'll talk for as long as you want. What you witnessed. The night of the murder, after practice was over, I went straight back to my room. You have no idea how tired I was that night. I was pooped. I thought I'd go straight to sleep, but before I did, I glanced out the window. That's when I saw two silhouettes. They were a bit far away, though. It was the ringmaster, and, he was with Max, who was wearing his cloak. I kept watching them, and all of a sudden, Max conked the ringmaster over the head. That's very interesting. If this eyewitness account is to be believed, I have enough to pass judgment right now. Of course you can. There's no way this account could be criticised. However, the witness is a bit, how do we say, off-kilter. Almost like he has some sort of atmosphere of guilt surrounding him. That must be because of my insincere smile. Mr. Wright, please begin to defend his cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Nick, you've got to find some kind of contradiction in his testimony. I know that. Mr. Wright, Your Honor, I'm afraid that if you push this witness too far, it would bring disaster upon the court. Thus, I sincerely hope you are not going to engage in pointless saber-rattling. I understand, Your Honor. If you cause this clown to stray from the facts, I'll hold you responsible. Why am I responsible? I'm not the one with the corny jokes. Press him on the statement. I thought I'd go straight to sleep. You just happened to glance out the window? You could say that. You could also say I peeked, stared, glimpsed, peeped, eyeballs. Mr. Coles? Oh, I guess synonyms aren't allowed either. What should I do? I wonder if I should press him further on this issue. Keep pressing. Exactly why did you look out your window that night? Why? Why? Clowns don't need a reason to look out their windows, do they? That's not what I meant. I meant that, well, when we spoke yesterday, once I tucked myself into bed, I heard this amazing noise. It was incredibly loud. It sounded like a giant thump. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. You forgot? So I almost feel bad for Von Karma in this. Like, Fran's not doing good. Like, every single witness who got up here is talking bullshit and just kind of spouting out whatever they want. And, like, Fran's like, how the fuck am I supposed to build a case around this? We had a puppet tell us that it's got a ring in its pocket. A literal puppet. We've got this fucking clown. Like, what case are you supposed to build on us here? She probably hates this. Witness looked out the window upon hearing a loud sound. He did not simply glance out of his window that night. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot to mention that thump, didn't I? Owie, owie, ow. That's not something you just forget to mention. Yeah. What she said. I believe it would be best if Mo were to revise his testimony. Very well, Mr. Coles. Please revise your testimony. They should start turning the tables over in our favour. Press him on it and then choose. Of course I do. You say you saw the ringmaster get conked over the head? Yeah, I did. It's the climax of my story. He really does enjoy the completely random non sequitur. What would you say the victim was struck with? You mean the weapon? I have no idea. A weapon wasn't found at the murder scene, right? That's not what I meant. You did say you see everything, didn't you? Well, yeah, I suppose I did. Wait, no I didn't. I didn't see a weapon. Mo, did you or did you not see the crime of murder committed that night? I will not permit you to harass my witness in this manner. You better have an excellent reason for attacking this poor clown. Because if you don't, you know what is waiting for you. A nice penalty. Damn, she's gonna just rip 5 units of my health if I fuck it up. Gulp. Isn't this a bit melodramatic? So what will it be then, Mr. Phoenix, right? Do you have any clear basis to believe that my witness did not see the crime? Of course I do. I've got a great reason to make my claim. And I suppose you'll be telling us all that great reason? Of course I will. The reason is the witness's very own testimony. What is the meaning of that, Mr. Wright? Mo said that he heard a sound like a thump or someone getting hit. He did say that. However, Mo just stated the following under oath. I kept watching them, and all of a sudden Max conked the ringmaster over the head. If Mo is to be believed when he says he looked up and looked out the window upon hearing a sound, there is no way he could have seen Max clonk anyone. In 1972, a crackdown new... Mr. Curls, how would you respond to Mr. Wright's assessment? He didn't commit. These clowns promptly escaped from a maximum security clown car. Mr. Curls, are you reciting the C-Team theme to anger this court? No, I'm just starting for time while I jog my memory. Great job, Nick. These types of witnesses always seem to have a selective memory. You just have to peel back the layers of the clown's makeup to find the truth. Well, you're back from your jog? Well, it's pretty much happened the way I said. Pretty much? When I looked out my window that night, the ringmaster was already face down in the snow. The prosecutor helped me fill in the gaps of my statement. Von Karma. Tampering with witnesses again. So now you're saying that you did not see the defendant plonk the ringmaster? Yes. When I looked out my window, the ringmaster had already checked out. Checked out? Yep, he was on permanent vacation, as they say. Mr. Coles, Your Honor, you did not witness the actual crime, however you still say you saw the criminal, correct? Yes, exactly. The ringmaster was slumped over and I saw someone's silhouette next to him. Very well, then please testify to this silhouette you saw. I expect the truth. And if I even catch a hint of a joke from you, I will put you in a holding cell until you learn court etiquette. Got it? Got it. It was a bit far away, but that shadow could only have belonged to Max. There's no doubting it, especially since I saw his uppity symbols. His silk hat, that black cloak, they were all there. His face was silhouetted, but there was no doubt it was him. His cloak was fluttering in the wind, so I couldn't really see what he was carrying. Just seemed as if the defendant was at the scene of the crime. It took the clown long enough to get his facts straight. But whatever, this should finally be good enough, yes? It is decisive testimony. Was Max really at the crime scene that night? He said he wasn't there. We have to believe in that. Alright, Mr. Wright, commence your cross-examination. Present the promotional poster to the statement. His silk hat, the black cloak, they were all there. Because the cloak's not black. Yeah. It's Jesus, look how fucking pompous this dude is. No wonder everyone fucking hates him. Objection! How am I supposed to make a perfect case when the witnesses are insane? Proceeds to whip the court. Yeah. She's not exactly, you know, a clean example of like logically sound or like mentally sound. You say you saw all of Max's uppity symbols. I suppose so. That silk hat and that cloak, right? Mo, everyone knows that the Maximum Galactica has 3 uppity symbols. 3 symbols? Yeah, everyone's get ready. All together now. Silk hat, cloak, white roses. What the? Who cares if he knew that there were 3 or not? He saw what he saw, and he saw the symbols. He just forgot to mention one. Isn't that right, Mo? Do you like pie? I love pie. 3.1. Oh, Jesus. Silence, fool. You are to respond with the whole truth. No fractions. Order. Mo, you didn't see the roses, did you? To be honest, there weren't any roses on the person I saw. The crime scene was dark. It's obvious it was too dark to see that kind of detail. But the witness said he was able to see the silhouette of the criminal's face. Not to mention that the roses are white. There's no way he could have missed them. Then the roses must have fallen off when the defendant assaulted the victim. If that was the case, then the police would have found them near the crime scene.
Mr. Wright, are these white roses truly material to, to the facts of this case?
Clearly not. He's just toying with this court. I got her on the ropes now. These seemingly insignificant facts have never failed to lead me to the truth yet. Someone is toying with the court, but it's not me. Your Honor, do you recall Trillo's testimony? There's no way I could mistake someone wearing those free, ridiculous symbols. How can you mistake someone with that crazy get-up with his high nose stuck up so high? How could you mistake someone wearing such a snobby three-piece get-up? Trillo saw them all. Trillo saw all three of Max's symbols. However, this witness claims there were no white roses on the person he saw. There's absolutely no doubt that this is a contradiction. Why has he got his thumbs up like that?
Oh, what am I supposed to think? Am I supposed to disregard the pointless, but this?
Judge, forget the roses. Think about his other testimony. The witness had stated without a doubt that he saw Maximilian Galactica. Nothing else matters. Just wrap up this case now. Your Honor, it may be trivial, but it does cast doubts on the prosecution's case.
Frankly, I've had my doubts about this witness. It seems that, unlike wine, the witness has not grown more mature with age. Not mature. I've come to a conclusion.
Did she just make a pun? Oh, did I miss it? She might have.
I'm 99% certain this witness saw the defendant.
You missed it earlier. The clown got fucking whipped and he started singing the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Literally. Instead of saying Philadelphia, he said Clownadelphia, and that was it.
However, my remaining 1% of doubt is quite reasonable, which means that for my peace of mind, I'm going to request a bit more testimony.
What?
If there are no contradictions in his next statement, I'm prepared to issue a ruling. We scroll down.
Alright.
Don't worry, you've got not one but two more testimonies to rattle down yet.
A ruling? Nick, this is your last chance.
Silhouette Part 2.
There's no...
Nearly choked on my spit. There's no doubt in my mind, there were no white roses that night. However, all of the other symbols were there, I'm equally sure of that. Especially that silk hat. There was no way I could forget seeing the decorations on it. He was wearing it the entire time he was on the scene. Well, we know that's not true. Because we've got it. Mr. Wright, you've got one last chance at this. It's one chance. I will not allow even the slightest hint of badgering against his witness. If you are going to prove that there is a contradiction in Mr. Cole's statement, you'd better have at least a shred of evidence to back up your accusations. You've got a single shot at this. Got to be more careful. I understand, Your Honor. One chance is all I will need. Present the silk hat to he was wearing it the entire time he was on the scene. Objection! This wouldn't happen to be the silk hat you saw that night, would it? Yep, that's it. That's the hat he was wearing that night. No question in your mind? Exactly how would one mistake a thing like that? I see. Is there some sort of problem, Mr. Wright? Miss Von Karma, where exactly was this silk hat found? Must you always ask these questions? It was found at the crime scene. The crime scene? That means... The silk hat fell off at the crime scene. However, the witness clearly testified to the contrary. The witness stated that he was wearing it the entire time he was on the scene. No, that's not true! Order, order, order! Mr. Curls! Yes, Your Honor? What is the meaning of all this? You are old enough to know better than to behave like this in court. How old is he? 46! Jeez! That's just not right. That's so harsh. What's right here is your eyesight and your memory, amongst other things. Why are you being so mean to me? What did I do? Lie on the oath? Let me guess, you just didn't like my jokes or something, right? You don't have to go and insult my eyesight and my memory. They're both great. Seriously, what? Just because you're sitting above me doesn't mean you belong here. No matter how old I get, I'll always be younger than you. Enough of these childish outbursts, Mr. Coles. Who do you think you are? I saw him. I swear I saw him. It was Max. Even if I didn't have his roses, he was still wearing this dumb silk hat. I'm telling you the truth. You turned into a brassy little kid. It's pitiful, isn't it? He left the scene wearing that dumb silk hat. He was there. He left the scene? What's the matter, Nick? There's something I've been mulling over for a while now. Mo, what do you want? You just said that he left the scene. Exactly how did the murderer leave the scene of the crime? What? He went... What do you mean, how did he leave the scene? You can't ask me that. Mr. Phoenix Wright is badgering the witness, Your Honor. This witness's testimony is so full of holes, Miss Von Karma's protest is useless. You've got a point. Let's hear what the witness has to say on this matter. Is it alright with you, little guy? Don't be like a little baby. Besides, what kind of stupid question is how did he leave the crime scene? The answer's obvious. He just turned around and walked away. That's what I expected you to say. You sure that's how it happened? Say what? Huh? I'm not sure I exactly know where this is going with this. Oh, I don't know. Let's look at the fucking crime photo and how the footprints are only the victims. Lawyers nowadays sure do love to harp on about the smallest things. Do we have any proof? Oh, right. I just had to wait a second. Yes, take that. Look at this picture. Look at this photograph. The problem in this footprint, footprints in the snow. Footprints? In this footprint, we can clearly see the footprints of the victim. However, where are the criminal's footprints? They aren't there. Ay, 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 ay. So, Mo, how did the criminal escape the scene? Your Honor, this witness has already proven that his testimony is completely unreliable. I move to strike all of this witness's testimony from the court record. I agree. This clown's testimony is as rickety as a clown car he came to court in. Wait just a second. You guys can't just ignore everything I've said. Well, we're about to. Fine, I'll tell you the truth this time. You wait a second. I think you've said more than enough for today. That didn't hurt. I'm sick of trying to listen to you anyways. I'll give you the real deal this time, I swear. I don't know why, but I get the feeling things are going to get worse before they get better. Mr. Lawrence Curls. Yes? The testimony you've provided up until now has been false. It hasn't been false, I haven't lied, it's just... It's just what? I just was a bit confused on a bit about the criminal leaving the scene. Especially since Von Karma and her whip told me not to talk about what I really saw. Order, order, I will have order. Franziska Von Karma, how could you? Your Honor, if you had heard the truth from this witness, you would have exactly the same opinion as I have. What opinion is that? It's not funny. That's enough out of you. I'm going to listen to what he has to say. Now then, let's hear the truth about what you saw, Mr. Coles. Ha! You're not going to believe this, but it's true, I tell you. We're not to waste our time with your idiotic drivel. The truth. Now it's time for our next segment, Mo Knows. Everything that I've said up until now has been the truth. When I looked out the window, the ringmaster was down and Max was standing above him. He wasn't wearing his white rose, but he was wearing a silk hat. That's when I saw he. That is the truth. Get ready for it. He flew. He jumped up and flew through the air. He flew right off and dissipated into the darkness. That's why there were no footprints. Flying people don't leave footprints. Just like, I told you it wasn't funny. Do you believe me now? Well, that was, how do you put this into words? Maximilian Galactica is a world-class magician. But to leave the scene of a crime by flying, there's no way that actually happened. You're right. Why is she right? You believe the other witnesses. Why wouldn't you believe me? Especially since it's the best part of the story. To be honest, this is the first time I've heard of a flying criminal. What do you think about this witness's testimony, Mr. Wright? And here's where the case starts to get a bit fucking stupid. Don't worry, we'll get to the real meat of it. He's actually telling the fucking truth. When he just said it was so strange, I don't think he would have made it up. Which means that he was telling the truth? That's what I think. Nick, wait. That means Max was actually used magic. Yikes, you're right. Ow!
Only a foolish-looking fool could be fooled by such a foolish fool's foolish dream. Don't be ridiculous. Magic does not exist.
I suppose I will let you all in on my thinking regarding this matter. The criminal disappeared into the sky. I'd love to believe that, but I just can't wrap my head around how that could actually happen.
You imbecile!
If you disregard a need for proof, Miss Von Karma's case is sound. However, I've got the feeling this case is in dire need of more investigation. Thus I will conclude today's proceedings at this point. It is an undisputed fact that the criminal left no footprints at the scene. Tomorrow, I want us to find out the reason behind this mystery of mysteries. I believe that's enough for today. Court is adjourned.
At 2:33 p.m. We survived the first day of trial. Hey, sweeties,
What in the world is going on?
that's what I want to know. They say the criminal flew off into the air and disappeared. Max, I can't believe I'm asking this, but you didn't fly that night, did you?
I know you didn't mean to ask me so fabulously stupid question. I can fly whenever I can't fly whenever I please. It's not that easy.
But it looks so effortless for you on stage. Yeah, it's amazing what strings can do.
Not that simple. I'm not actually flying on stage. I use invisible wires and have them hoist me through the air.
Wow, you just told me a secret to your magic.
No, I broke the first rule, the cardinal rule, the only rule. I'm sorry, Max. We made you break a magician's creed to never reveal the secret of their tricks.
Nick, what do we do now?
What we can do now is hope we find the flying criminal in court tomorrow.
Great idea. Let's do our best and catch this sucker. Yeah, it's as easy as that. That was a proper fucking Sonya, never mind. Just do your best. We'll figure it out kind of shit. No, it's not happening.
I've got Danganronpa 2 on my mind severely for like no good reason today.
That game has done things to me. That fucking franchise has done things to me. But I've literally, like, I've just had Sonya on my mind since this morning. Like, her attitude to everything.
Turning into fucking soda. I've got her on my mind.
Nick.
What is it?
I've got a confession to make. I'm terrible at figuring out magic tricks.
Magic tricks?
Yup, magic tricks are by their very definition tricks, right? But I can never figure out the tricks when I see them. That's because the tricks are performed by pros. They do it so you can't guess the trick. But the trick Pearly showed me was incredible.
Pearls did a magic trick?
What kind of trick was it? Let's see. It looked like she pulled the end of her own thumb off.
Oh, that one. There you go. Woo. I can't do it to save my life. I'm despite being hypermobile. It's that one, right? Where you kind of you have to like hide your finger and you kind of do that. I can't do it. I can't like position my hand properly to do it, despite being hypermobile. So I'm like double jointed in a lot of my body. I can't, to save my life, do that. I can do a lot of other shit, but I can't do that.
First, she put her right thumb next to her left hand, and then they just separated. She could move it up and down and everything. It was incredible.
Really? Was it kind of like this?
What? How did you do that, Nick? You're a real magician. See, this is why I can't figure out magic. I'm no good at it.
So Maya can channel the dead, but a few magicians can't fly.
Yeah, you got a real fucking profitable point there.
Yeah, she can channel her dead sister, who by this point in the like chronology has been dead for over a year, I believe, because this is the 2nd December that we in the series that we've been through since the plots of like the original started, and she can still channel it. Like the spirit hasn't just gone to the afterlife forever. But no, magic tricks are beyond her.
It will take all the fun out of magic if you keep trying to figure it out.
Anyway, we've got to go straight to the detention center. Oh, my sweeties! You mind hurrying up and getting me out of this place?
We're doing our best, Max. Just hang in there.
It was a while ago, some people from the local TV station came by, and since I'm a famed magician, they said let's make you your very own TV special.
Really? What kind of TV special?
Maximilian Galactica, the Great Prison Escape. It would be aired live.
Hey, that sounds like it would be an awesome special.
But if I do the special before I'm acquitted, they'll never let me out of it for real.
Well, it would surely be an unnecessary addition to your troubles with the law.
Yeah, because if we prove he's innocent of murder,
he's still going to be done for battery and assault because he whacks Ben over the head with a bottle. And we confirmed that. We had to confirm that to be able to put a hole in Ben's testimony. So it's like he's not coming out anytime soon. We might be able to get him free from murder, but he's absolutely going to get done for battery and assault. That's what I was thinking. But the production staff is already working on the show. If you don't get me out quick, I'll have no choice but to stage a real prison break. You seem awfully calm about that possibility. I have no choice. It would be a contractual obligation. That's show business. Let's talk to him about everything. The night of the crime. You didn't happen to fly off into the sky, did you? Here's how everything went down, sweetie. At the time of the murder, I was sitting in the ringmaster's room. Not to mention, flying off into the sky is not something I can just do at will. I don't care what the stoogey clown says, it wasn't me.
Max, do you mind teaching me the trick behind flying?
You'll have to forgive me, sweetie. The difference between me and cheap imitation magicians is that I keep my mouth shut, except you didn't. I don't teach people tricks, but I will say this much, it's much harder than you think.
I was thinking about this in court today. I've got a favour to ask you.
Anything for you, sweetie.
Are you friends with the other performers in the circus?
Fabulous, a great joke. Why would I be friends with a bunch of hacks like them?
But yeah, the reason why they're all desperate to pin you on the crime is because they all fucking hate you.
They want you to get rid of you, so they pinned you for it. I've won the world stage. I won the International Grand Prix.
International Grand Prix?
Performers should always look to perform on the world stage. But on performers at the circus are completely, utterly devoid of ambition. That is something that I can simply not tolerate.
Ambition, huh? Something about what Max just said rings true in my ears.
Oh my sweeties wants to hear about the Grand Prix, don't they? To be honest though, I've told this story like 100 times already, so it's a bit boring.
I'm sorry to make you tell it again.
You must not have heard me, I'm really sick of telling this story. But what can you do? I'm Maximilian Galactica. I suppose I can tell it again. Voila, take a look at this. I happen to have a picture of the Grand Prix with me. Look at the fabulous stage.
Well, there's a giant-ass bust in the back. I bet that's the murder weapon.
It's the first stage that I ever flew on. I flew right over the audience. The crowd erupted into applause. At the time, I thought to myself that I could die right then and die a happy man. I'll never forget how I felt that night. The emotions, the acclaim. Wow. By the way, I think everyone who is a performer should get and experience that feeling. I just wish I could explain that to the other people in the circus.
That's incredible, Max. I want a trophy too. But Nick, how about you buy me a trophy?
That's not how you earn a trophy, Maya. My sweeties, you can have this picture of my triumph. Just make sure you show it to all the other members of the circus. Just really fucking rile them up. Look and learn is what you should tell them.
Learn how to get thrown in jail?
Now, I don't have any trophies or medals or anything. I have like a certificate, but that's it. The only like trophy statues or anything I have is I've got this little buddy from the Bravely Second Collector's Edition. It's Agnes, it used to be one of my favourite female characters. I've since met a lot more other characters that I really like. They kind of turn her into like a helpless princess in the second game, but in the first game she was extremely courageous. So I kept a little statue of her because I love her character. And I have, and it's a bit bigger, my all-time favourite girl in anything ever, Kurumi Tokisaki. I'm holding it with both hands because it's on a stand. They're holding a gun, and I have the variant where she doesn't have her eye patch on. There's a variant where she does. She has the eye patch covering her yellow eye. But this is like my pride and joy, this thing. Because Kurumi is like I said, Kurumi is like the end all be all. She's always the one I go back to. Maybe I just have it sitting there on my desk. Good luck. Like everyone has their one, their OTP or whatever. That's mine. So I have a little statue of her in my room. But that's it. I don't have any actual trophies or medals or anything. I'm trying to think like. I have a deck box of Yu-Gi-Oh! Maybe I should do that one day. Just go for like Yu-Gi-Oh! And shit. I'd have to try and get someone else in on it though. That's the problem. I don't really know anyone else nowadays that's into Yu-Gi-Oh! That'd be up for doing matches. Because I don't play that new free game. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Digital game I go is still Legacy of the Duelist. Because I'm not that interested in a lot of the new stuff. I kind of stopped after GX.
And so my deck is still very GX-y. Actually, I might make that my stream ender. If someone reminds me, when we finish the stream, I might just go through my deck. Just to talk about and say, like, this was my deck back in the GX days. Anyway. After talking to him about everything, we need to go to the lodging house. You heard that? Sounded like two people arguing. Alright, let's do it. Are you ready? Yes. Wait. Quit your whining. Let's just give this a shot already. Alright, let's go. Row, row, row your boat. Row, row, row your boat. What are you doing? Gently down the stream. Come on, you know that. I'm trying my best, but Trillo, this isn't going to work. If you enjoy saying dumb things, you're going to have to be on your own someday. If you can't handle something as simple as this, what are you going to do then? Hello, Ben. Hello to you too, Trillo. What are you doing here? Can't you see we're on a secret crash training course? I'm sorry. Secret crash training course? Oh. Yes, Trillo would give up until I said we'd try out his idea for a new routine. So we're trying to sing in a round of our new ventriloquism acts. In a round? Can you really do that? It's incredible. See? Even they are surprised by your idea. I told you. I'm not the only ones. You even surprised me with your idea. Once we've got a grip on the basics, it's just a matter of practice. You think so? Oh, I almost forgot. You wanted to give this back to you. Ah, there it is. Now I've got this ring back. It's time to take one more shot at Regina. We ignore him. We need to continue going to the lodging house. Oh, it's you two. You look like you've got hit by a truck. Shouldn't you get some rest? I'm taking a rest right now, pal. I've been listening to some crazy clown's life story. Miss Von Karma told me to come down here and do this for her. Yeah, I figured as much. Let me tell you something, pal. Listening to that old clown sucks all your energy. Every time he's done talking, he looks at you like you should be doing something. I think he's waiting for you to laugh at his jokes. I know that, pal. You have any idea how much your face hurts if you fake laughing that much? Franziska really set you up bad this time, didn't she? If you ask me, she should be listening to Mo herself. No way, pal. You're not going to get me to backbite a woman with a whip, no way. Why are you defending her? He's like, 'cause I'm going to get beat the shit out of if I don't. Prosecutor Von Karma's always got her eyes on us. And every time you definitely don't want her to show up, poof, there she is. Don't show up, don't show up, don't show up, don't show up. It's like she's wound him up pretty tight. She's directly above us as we speak. Huh? How's that possible? According to the clown, the culprit jumped from here and disappeared into the sky. If that's what happened, it means the killer passed right by this window, pal. Oh, I see. Who is in that room, behind the window up there? The acrobat's got his room up on the 3rd floor, it seems. Pretty soon, Miss Von Karma's going to start her investigation up there. So don't get any ideas of going up there to the acrobat's room. Got it, pal? Hint, hint, go there first before she fucking gets there. Franziska Von Karma. Once she's done with her investigation, I think I'll go up there and check it out. Oh, she's already there. Never mind, I misunderstood. Now we need to move to the Big Top's cafeteria. Still ignoring that fuck. Oh, who's in here? Huh, where's Regina? I don't know. If she's with that tiger, I don't want to find out. Let's hurry up and get out of here. Nick, you're kind of a chicken, aren't you? No. I'm just allergic to wild tigers. To be fair, I would be too. If it's like, oh, there's just a wild tiger that could be waddling around here, I'd be like, get me the fuck out of here. Welcome to the wonderful, the fabulous, the cafeteria. Yikes, he's in an awfully good mood. Alright, you know what time it is. Real time. Why does everyone cry when they eat Mexican pizza? Come on, you can't answer it. It's easy. Because cafeteria Mexican pizza is supposed to be a weapon of bowel destruction. Bzz, wrong. Try again. Okay, what do you think, girly? Oh, I got it. Okay, what's your answer? Because they are in the cafeteria. Exactly. That's an awful fucking pun. An incredibly sad place, that cafe. I did it. What's going on? It's being too nice. Oh, we need to piss him off. Let's give him the grand photo to Mo. Oh, you have to actually click present first. Forgot. Not this picture. Show it to you guys too. Huh? You've seen it as well? Well, you know what they say about Maximilian Galactica? He's really gets around. Oh yeah? He didn't just show me the picture. What do you mean? He showed me his bust too. Let me tell you, that thing is enormous. Yeah, the fucking statue with the cards behind him. It's in the picture, I think. He'd make us worship it every day. He made us bow to its greatness. He's got a big bust. I wouldn't mind hearing more about Max's bust. Although I'm into that sort of thing. Matt, Phoenix, what are you thinking? He's like, big bust? He's a man, right? Today's been a really crazy day, hasn't it? You're telling me. You didn't think I was going to be so tough. Tough? You made it tough on yourself by lying. Yeah, it was a tough crowd. That's what you call it, tough to they refuse to laugh. For instance, it was such a tough crowd this morning that I had to smash watermelons. I told them all a great story and even greater jokes. No one busted out laughing. You even used the flamed no shoes, no shirt, no service joke. Exactly! How can you not laugh at stunning comedy like that? You're 100% sure about your testimony today? I saw what I saw, I swear. That creep just flew through the air. It wasn't exactly flying per se, it was more like floating. The silhouette of his face made me positive it was Max. I don't see a sight block, he must be telling the truth. Max's bust should have been on that small table over there. Something over there. Really? Oh yeah. When was it? I'd say about 5 days ago, all of a sudden, the bust disappeared. I wonder if it's the murder weapon. Disappeared? If you want to see it, there's a photo on the bulletin board over there. They had to put, Max just had to put the picture up. Hey, this thing is really cool. Nick, I want someone to make a bust of me. Sure, as long as I'm not paying for it. Aww. Wow, she thought she wow, she just assumed Phoenix would. Wow. Anything else that changed about this place? Nope, nothing's changed that I can see. I wonder if he's actually thinking about this, or if he's just setting up a bad joke. Nope, drawing a blank here. Quiet Mo is a good Mo in my book. I guess there really aren't any other things that have changed her. Well, there's one teensy tiny thing that does seem different. Tell us. Well, on the morning of the crime over the bulletin board, this piece of paper was posted front and center. Piece of paper? It's torn, so I don't know what it said, but I can see its title. Yikes. It says, "To the murderer." Murderer? Yup, that's what it says, but the rest of it has been ripped off. And I don't know who posted it. When did you find this? The morning before the murder. Before the murder? Yep, the ringmaster was killed that night after his paper was discovered. Who in the world posted this thing? Nick, I think we'd better follow up on this important lead. Yeah, go back to the detention center and throw that note in Max's face. Do you know anything about this note? The morning of the murder, it was posted on the wall in the cafeteria. I do know about that note. When I read it, my heart certainly skipped a beat. Your heart skipped a beat? While I was enjoying my morning tea, the ringmaster and company entered the room. And company? I guess it wasn't really a company, it was just the ringmaster and my sweetie pie. When the ringmaster read the note, he turned an incredibly bright red. All of a sudden, he tore it off the wall and shoved it into the pocket of his tailcoat. Really? Out of curiosity, what in the world was written on that thing? Let's see. Oh, I don't want to steal the fun from my sweeties. Go and find out on your own. I'm sure you can find it somewhere. You might also want to ask my sweetie pie princess. Oh, you mean Regina. Move to the big top. The big top's ringmaster's room in particular. Oh, yeah, right, she's not here yet. Is Fran out of here yet? Max and the ringmaster had their talk in this room. That could have been where Max and the ringmaster that could have been where the ringmaster put on Max's costume and went outside. Why did he do that anyway? Is it really that cold or something? Examine the tailcoat in the corner. Hey, do you see that? There's a scrap of paper shoved into the coat of his tailcoat. You know, I've got a feeling I know what that is. I bet it's the other half of the note that Mo gave us. Let's hurry up and check this thing out, Nick. I knew it. It fits perfectly with the other piece. What does it say? What does it say? To the murderer, I have conclusive evidence of what took place. Meet me at 10 PM tonight at the Lodging House Plaza. Tonight at 10 PM? That's when the murder took place. We need to find out who called out the ringmaster. And go to the lodging house. Let me scroll down. Hey, Detective Gumshoe. I'm sure you did a good job as usual. Well, I'm finally done with the investigation of the acrobat, finally. But with Miss Von Karma. Nick, what is that? That beeping sound. It's Miss Von Karma. Huh? Every time I hear that sound, she's usually not very far behind. Some sort of pager or something? You don't mind, pal. I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here quick. See ya, pal. I didn't know that Gumshoe could run that fast. So much for being a flatfoot. I've seen a grown man so afraid of a girl still in their teens. Yeah, let's go inside. It's freezing out here. Wind's biting his... Ow! It's biting his lashes from a whip! Von Karma. She really did appear. It was a real battle today in court, wasn't it, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Did you have to jump out and scare us like that? What can I do for you? Tomorrow will be the day my dream finally comes true. Me and the story of my defeat at your hands making the national news. National? You possess such a small sense of scale. The global news, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Your miserable plight will be known internationally. I think she might be overestimating the importance of a win just by a smidge. Let's talk to you though. Miss Von Karma, it appears you got your hands on something big, huh? I'm amazed you picked up on that much. Anyone could. You couldn't hide that look of victory in the 10 paper bags on your head. I've got conclusive evidence and a conclusive witness. Need any more hints? Conclusive witness? You must mean the acrobat, right? I'm putting in the summons for him to call as witness as we speak. It is the final nail in your coffin, Mr. Phoenix, right? Yeah, I get it already. You want to beat me and destroy me. I can't worry about her. I've got to try and find out more information myself. Why do you keep giving Nick the evil eye? Doesn't matter if you prove the defendant guilty tomorrow. Nothing will be able to bring your dad back. My dad? You must mean the esteemed Manfred Von Karma. Of course, your dad. I know you miss him. Enough out of you. One more word and you'll get a mouthful of whip. Now, why did I ever bring up my papa's name in this, or any other conversation? Then what's this revenge thing you're talking about? You wouldn't understand, Mr. Phoenix, right? I have to see him again. One more time. Him? I'm sure you know to whom I refer. Miles Edgeworth. Oh, she blames Phoenix for Miles Edgeworth retiring from being a prosecutor. Even though he retired because it was the general public attacking him all the time and him just not wanting to put up with that shit and realizing that his evidence that he was being given was genuinely falsified in case 5. What? Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth. Miles Edgeworth. Why would you even bring him up? You haven't forgotten, have you? Do you know who it was that trained the gifted prosecutor Miles Edgeworth? Manfred Von Karma. Exactly right. It was my papa. That means that Edgeworth was... right again. Miles was like a little brother to me. Huh? Little brother? Isn't he like 3 or 4 years older than you? Yeah, like, how old is Phoenix? Oh, it doesn't. We don't have him in the name, but it's like Phoenix is like 23 or 24. Edgeworth. The man who inspired me to become an attorney. Hang on. Sorry, I feel like... So I thought I heard something. But a little after that case was over, he vanished.
It's your fault he's gone.
Huh?
It's the truth, isn't it, Mr. Phoenix Wright?
I...
Nick, what does she mean?
Edgeworth's death. Edgeworth was never quite the same after that case. And then, with the case after that one, the Rise of the Ashes, he never set foot into court again. And then one day, he just vanished. Yeah, so Rise of the Ashes wasn't in the game originally. They retroactively added it to fill in the blank. So it was added in the DS version. That's the whole main purpose of it. Other than being a stupid big case, it was to fill in the blank between the first game and second game of Miles just vanishing. All he left was a simple note at the prosecutor's office. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. That was 1 year ago. A few months after you left to go back home.
Mr. Edgeworth, he's dead? I don't believe it. He's still alive, I'm sure of it. Somewhere in this world, he's still alive.
Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death? Of course he did.
You ruined his reputation as a prosecutor. You effectively killed the prosecutor in him. Just like your victory muddied the honourable name von Karma. I'm going to find him. And then, I'm going to teach him his rightful place with my own 2 hands. Nick, about Mr. Edgeworth.
Maya, I already told you this once. Don't make me do it again. Don't bring up his name in front of me again, okay?
Nick!
Mr. von Karma?
What?
I don't know if you're God's gift of prosecutors or not, but I've had enough of you. Him too.
What in the world happened? This dog is all bark and no bite. He's already been defeated. Regardless, I've nothing to inform the 2 of you today. Tomorrow will be the greatest courtroom battle this country has ever seen. Nick!
Let's go. We need to talk with the performer on the 3rd floor.
Sorry I brought it up, Nick.
Yeah, Miles Edgeworth is a very fucking sore subject for Phoenix. Very fucking sore subject for him. And to be fair, I don't really like it, because it's like Phoenix, come on, you don't need to act like this much of a fucking arsehole about it, come on! Anyway, after all that, yeah, I'm right guessing, we need to go to Acro's room. And this is our acrobat.
You must be Phoenix Wright.
Yes? Pleased to meet you. I'm Ken Dingling. Moving on. But here at the circus, everyone just calls me Acro.
Mr. Acro?
How do you know my name?
The detective told me. He said you'd definitely show up here. Acro, you're a member of this circus as well?
That's right. I mainly performed on a tightrope or the flying trapeze.
But nowadays,
all I perform in is in my wheelchair. Talk to me about everything.
Acro, how did you join the circus?
When I was a kid, my parents failed miserably at business. And one night, they decided to run away from it all without me. The only person who was willing to take my parents' place was the ringmaster. The ringmaster took such incredible care of me. He was truly a lifesaver.
It seems like the ringmaster was truly a saint.
He was. That's why I decided to do something very important. I decided that I would devote my entire life to finding a way to repay him.
Oh, when he gets sad, the birds get closer. And now, look how someone repaid him for all the good in his life. Such a shame.
Sometimes I think that he was almost too kind. Perhaps he was too kind to his performers. Perhaps he was too kind to his daughter. I wonder if he spoiled Regina.
Regina is so cute. She's truly a princess.
Truly a princess? Are you sure that's a good thing? Do I detect a hint of a grudge against Regina?
Sorry to ask, but why are you in a wheelchair?
The nerves in my legs were badly damaged. You can't walk now? I can't even stand. And since I live on the 3rd floor, I can't leave this building by myself.
Yeah, what the I was thinking now, it's like how many stairs do you have to go up without feet, without legs? You have to be carried up here? That's awful.
The accident happened during an acrobat session, right? Oh, never mind. Cyclops? Doesn't seem like the Acro's injuries were acrobatic in nature. What's on your mind, Mr. Wright? Well, exactly when were you injured? It's been almost 6 months since I got hurt. I injured my legs during practice. 6 months ago. What in the world went on at that circus then? I stopped by yesterday and noticed that you weren't in your room. I was at the hospital all day yesterday. Ah, you went there for rehabilitation? What about the murder? Of course I knew about it. I spoke with the police before they allowed me to go to the hospital. Before I got the call from the prosecutor, I was convinced that it was all a dream. Huh? I just couldn't believe it when I saw what I saw. What you saw? Jeez, that sounded really ominous. What did you see, Acro? That night, I was in bed sleeping when I heard a huge sound coming from below my window. I see. The scene of the crime was right below your window. Keep that in mind for later. That's when I looked out the window. What did you see? He was flying straight up into the air. He? Maximilian Galactica. What? That's what I thought he'd say. You're absolutely positive that it was Max you saw flying? I'm absolutely sure. There's no doubt in my mind. Nick. Alright, now we go back to the big top. Yeah, let's not go to Mo's room. Please, anything but fucking Mo again. Let me scroll down. Got a bad feeling about this. Ah! Nick! Wonderful. Today's special is going to be Filet-O-Phoenix. Stay, heal! Oh, Maya, Nick, it's you guys. I'm sorry, I guess I made a mistake. Mistake? Yeah, a little one. I was thinking of teaching whatever primate was out there a lesson, but I was expecting more of a monkey than a human. A monkey? It's a pity about what happened to the ringmaster. Dad? Everyone loved him, didn't they? He must have been quite a man. He was! I love my dad so much! I hate to say it, but she doesn't seem all that broken up about her father. Yeah, because she's only ever known the circus life. To her, it could just be another trick, another thing. She has no reason to process that her old man's gone forever yet. That's why I feel so lonely. Now that I won't be able to see him for a while. For a while? Yeah. When Leon died, I talked to my dad and he told me that when someone dies, they just become a star in the heavens. A star? That means that my dad is looking down on me from the sky. That's why I love the night so much. I can see everyone who's gone. When someone dies, they just become a star in the heavens. It's kind of sweet. And I bet you there's no way that Maya believes that. What do you mean there's no way I'd believe that? Do you think that one day I'll be a star too? Of course. You really think so? Yeah, you will, I think. I've got a feeling that everyone is doing great up there in the sky. I wonder if everything's alright with Regina. Just to go back and clear something up, why do you want to teach Money a lesson? Because he's a meanie? He's got something that means a lot to me. Something that means a lot to you? It must be something shiny, right? Actually, it's a stage costume. It's got lots of spangles. It's really beautiful. You should see it. We should? When the costume gets hit by the spotlight, it dazzles. Hey, Mr. Attorney? Huh? If you saw that monkey, you'd get my costume back for me, wouldn't you? It's really important to me. Yes, and yes. Phoenix, stop it. Gladly. Leave it all up to us. Guess there's no turning down that request. Hey, you really gonna do it? And before we go, we need to present the note. Regina, have you ever seen this before? I know what that is. Really? Well, it was in my pocket for a while. It was in your pocket? This piece of paper? It was in your pocket? I guess I noticed it when it was around breakfast time. Breakfast time? Yeah, I always take Acro his breakfast in the morning. That's when I also take the trash out of his room. Then I'd go to the cafeteria and eat my own breakfast. That's when you realise this piece of paper was in your pocket.
Yep, but since I'm not a murderer, I just figured it belonged in someone else's pocket.
Acro talked about an injury he got in his legs. He killed a part of his career, killed a part of his life. It's probably her fault it happened, and her lack of care towards anything because of how sheltered she is pissed him off further. He planned to kill her. But got it wrong. Yes, Acro is the killer we're after, for the record. And then what? I wonder if the person who lost it was in trouble, so... So that much makes sense. Like I said, there's a lot of other bits and pieces of the trial that when we get through it, we sit there and we go, okay, you didn't put it in the bulletin board in the cafeteria, did you?
I did. I stuck it up there. How do you know?
So it was Regina who put it up there. When did this happen? And I want to say that's, like, you know, also I'm spoiling who the killer is, but that's kind of where I was at on my blind playthrough as well. I was kind of like, oh, okay, it's Acro. And it follows the pattern of the killer doesn't get shown up until like the last day of the investigation, outside of like specific examples, like Gantz from the last game. The morning of the murder, I think, that explains a lot.
I wonder who wrote this.
Right, now we know this. We're going all the way back to Mo's room. Oh god. Nope, wrong button. Mo's not here. What's that? I hear something. Stop it, Nick, you're scaring me. Uh-oh.
Nick, it's money!
Money's holding something.
That's it. That's the thing that means a lot to Regina, remember?
Alright, time to take on this monkey, attorney style. Why are we gonna fucking fight this thing? Give it back, monkey brain! Oh, that means a lot to Regina. A real man wouldn't make a little girl cry.
Yikes! Wah!
I tried to have a man-to-man talk with him, I really did. You know, man-to-man isn't really accurate, it was more like man-to-monkey. Nick, you... Swiped it while monkey was distracted. Wow, you're really on the ball today, Nick. Let me see it, Huh, you can see it fine from where you are. You know what I mean? I really want to try it on Regina's costume. Regina's costume, sorry. And then they'll take you in at the circus, and I can get some peace and quiet. Phoenix, what's the matter now? Doesn't fit me at all. Oh well, it's time for you to lay off the boat. Ow, Phoenix! It looks like something any girl I know would actually wear. Phoenix, you just tell her she's too fat for it. What the fuck, Phoenix? We go back to the big top. Where's your courtesy, Phoenix? Oh, Jesus Christ. No one ever told you don't talk about that shit? Here's your costume. And we have something to talk about and then back to the cafeteria. Oh, whoops, need to make this play again. Here you go, Regina.
Yay, thank you. You really got it back for me?
Don't mention it.
I love you, Mr. Attorney. It's nothing.
I want the guys melt some mush in front of this girl.
Hey, Regina. That costume is yours, right? I tried it on, but it didn't fit me. Huh? This costume? This isn't mine. It was Leon's.
Leon's?
You know, the lion she told us about.
Oh, that one's the one that someone killed. Was it killed because it was a cub and it got too big? Leon, he was killed, wasn't he?
That's right. My dad killed him. Why? Well, Leon did something really bad during practice.
During practice?
Leon was sitting down and he opened his mouth, you know.
Uh-huh.
Usually when he did that, I'd put my head into his mouth.
Wait, what? You put your head into a lion's mouth?
Sure did. People in the crowd always loved seeing me do that. They'd always start screaming.
You sure they were screaming because they loved seeing you do that?
Anyway...
It was yawning, wasn't it? What was the bad thing? Oh yeah, Leon bit someone during that practice. Regina, everything was alright though, right? No, it wasn't alright. That was the problem. My dad was incredibly angry. And that's when Leon... Yeah. And that's when he became a star in the sky. Poor thing. The animal's lion... Oh! It bit Acro's legs and it was her fault or something. That's what I'm piecing from this. Anyway, to the cafeteria. Something smells fantastic. So we know it can't be... Wait, I know what it is. It's burgers. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the Bristow du Cirque, aka the cafeteria. It smells so good in here. Those burgers look great. Stop talking about burgers, Maya, please. She's drooling like she's some sort of crazed burger monster. My burgers are the best. Juicy meat, toasted buns, special sauce. Stop, don't make me hungry. I are absolutely irresistible to anyone with hankering for a burger. One bite will send you into hamburger heaven. I bet. I can tell by your smell. I bet she's like in her mind, she's like doing the Homer Simpson like. Oh, I'm getting hungry too. These burgers must have a special kind of power. Talk to Mo. Big Berry Circus. Now that the ringmaster is gone, what are you going to do? That's all I thought about the past few days. Everyone loved Russell. You heard Acro's story, haven't you? Like how he was adopted when he was younger? He calmed down a bit now, but he was livid when he heard about the murder. Acro was so upset that he said he couldn't go on. He was that upset? Yes, he was. Anyways, I gave it some thought. Maybe I should give up on trying to be a half-baked clown. Yes, please. I've been thinking of trying the ringmaster's shoes. What? Really? That could still be an issue, though. Max? Maybe a bit mean, hard to work with, but it's hard to argue with its importance. It's probably the reason the circus is still around. A lot of what he says is right. Give me a second. I've just put a spider out the corner of my eye, and I want to try and give it a new home. 1 second. I'm here, dude. There we are, I'm back. There we are. Hang on. Free my right ear so I can still have a bit of surround sound of my life. Probably the reason the circus is still around. A lot of what he says is right. Mo. All that's left to see if anyone can get over this tragedy. You know, the tragedy? You know, what is he talking about? Get over what tragedy, Mo? Huh? Don't worry about it, it's nothing, not at all. You must mean the tragic death of the ringmaster, right? Yes, yeah, that's it, you're right, girlie. Dang, 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 correcto mundo. Doesn't mean ding. Mo, I mean no disrespect here, but are you lying to us? No, not at all. What makes you think that? Just the way you said if anyone can get over the tragedy seemed a bit strange. Sounded like you were talking about something from a long time ago. Mo, I'm right, aren't I? It's okay, because we can deal with this right now. So now we're getting closer to the truth. About 6 months ago, it was just a little accident. Give me a break. I saw men of accidents. I wear big pants for a reason. 6 months ago, eh? We can actually, let's say, we can deal with this right now. Mo, please tell us what happened 6 months ago. What in the world went on at this circus? Okay, there's no need to look so scary when you ask me. Hey, look over there, some juicy burgers to see instead. Unfortunately, I'm more of a grilled chicken sandwich man myself. Actually, I've kind of got an idea of what happened back then. Mo, you said something about an accident. This wouldn't happen to be the cause of that accident, would it? I heard a little bit about it from Regina. Leon made a mistake during a practice, right? How did you... I told them so many times, you shouldn't be doing such dangerous acts. Like putting her head inside Leon's mouth, right? Yeah, but Regina believed in Leon. She believed so strongly that the ringmaster went along, and never could say no to her. Out of curiosity, who got bitten? Come on, Mo, don't climb up on me now. Who did Leon bite on the head? Well, I promised I wouldn't say anything. You promised? He's involved in this too. He's involved, huh? Mo must be talking about... Mo, is this the person you promised you wouldn't say anything to? Must have been Acro, right? How'd you know? Don't worry about that, Mo. Getting to the bottom of this accident may help solve what happened to the ringmaster. No way. I need to know the truth about what happened to Russell. Please tell me what you know. I'm sorry, Acro. Yay, we got some health back. The health back that I want to keep in mind we lost hours ago in the first part of the trial. That's how cruel they can be with health loss punishments in this game. It's why they, when you're going for it normally, save all the fucking time. Don't just wait for the checkpoint moment. Save all the fucking time. Anyway, let's get over it. Just that you said, you know, the accident. Did someone die? No, but it would have probably been better if he had. What? How would that have been better? He's still alive. But when he got bit, he suffered massive brain damage. He'll never recover from the coma that he's in. Coma? What he does now is lie in his bed in the hospital. And that's how he's ever going to be able to do. I see. How is he related to Acro? He's his brother. And Acro probably blamed Regina, planned to get her killed, but she's too dumb to realise the note was for her. Stuck it on the wall here. The ringmaster saw it, took it, went to meet, and became the victim. Huh? The person who got bit was Acro's brother. Brother? They were an acrobat team of brothers, Acro and Bat. Cute nicknames, I thought. Anyway, they were an incredible team, cut down together in their prime. Who was Acro's younger brother? Sean Dinling, but everyone used to call him Bat. He fell in love with Regina, trying to win her love was his downfall. Everyone seems to fall in love with Regina. 6 months ago, while we were practicing, all of a sudden Bat blurts out, "Let me perform with Leon!" Why'd he do that? I don't know, but that's what caused the accident. I'll never forget that moment. It was so strange. John had the weirdest look on his face. He was smiling. You mean Leon? Yes, Leon. When he bit down, he was smiling. Some sick grin. No way, that's impossible. Smirking lion, flying murderer. Why does it seem like it's always Mo who catches all these incredible events? Nick, can lions smile? Only when they go to sneeze. Because their mouth kind of like stretches out backwards. They go like that a lot more when they go to sneeze. We never told the police about the incident. The circus would have been shut down if we had. The next day, the ringmaster took Leon out and shot him with a rifle. So that's what really happened. Well, you guys were so serious. What was I supposed to do? I had to tell you. But all this truthfulness put me in the mood for a burger. Here, you can have some pepper. Shaka, shaka, shaka. There he goes again, like his normal crazy self. It's you! It's you! Nice, what a wonderful sneeze. Huh? You think so? You sneeze with pepper and slip on a banana peel. That's basic clownsmanship. Girlie, I know you gotta understand that. Nick, I think I'd make a good clown. Other than Regina, I've never seen a cuter sneezer. Does Regina sneeze with pepper too? She does. Bat would also always tease her with pepper. Bat? From my point of view, those two always look so perfect together. They look perfect together, huh? Move to Acro's room. Yeah, move away from her. We still don't need to talk to you. Didn't mean to go back to the big top. It's amazing how he's just here and you don't really have to talk to him for, like, ages. Alright. Mr. Wright, back again, I see. In fact, we don't have to talk to him at all. I've just looked at what's left of the investigation. You know, you just ignore him the whole way through. They showed mercy. Well, he did say I'll be back. Wait, what was that someone else? I'll be back. We're back because Acro's hiding why his legs were injured. He was hurt in the accident 6 months ago. We've seen that he knows that what we know. Well, it seems you've got things you want to talk about, so fire away. Oh, the birds flew away. About the wheelchair. I have to ask you, how are you injured? I'm sorry, I thought we talked about this. It was an accident that happened during practice. An accident during practice? Yes, unfortunately, acrobats are prone to all sorts of injuries. He's lying. If that were the real cause, he'd have no reason to keep it secret. Acro, are you really telling me that the practice accident was the cause of your injury? When Leon the Lion exists. Leon. 6 months ago, you were attacked by the lion. That's when you were injured. I know I'm on the right track. I just need to keep going. You're saying that I was attacked by a lion? That's what I'm saying. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'm an acrobat. I'm no animal tamer. If a lion was coming at me, I'd be running for the exit. Okay, maybe attacked is not the best word to be using. So let me rephrase this as battled the lion. You seem to enjoy telling jokes. Why would I decide to battle a lion? Because you had to fight it. You had to fight it to save someone. Still in a coma. You had to try and save your brother, Bat. It was a shame what happened to your brother 6 months ago. You tried to save him, didn't you? And that's how you got that terrible injury. Mo, he must have told you. Yes, we learned about Bat from Mo. But he didn't mention anything about you in regards to the accident. I suppose it was just a slip of the tongue on his part. That's how I figured it out. Slip of the tongue? Anyways, they were an incredible team, cut down together in their prime. Cut down together. That was where he slipped, and that's how I figured it out. You two ended up at the center of the same accident together, like always. I see. But an accident is an accident. It wasn't anyone's fault. I still haven't broken Acro's last psych lock. Yeah, he blames Regina for it. Deep cut secret. It wasn't anyone's fault. Do you care to explain more? Acro, I know you are still hiding something from me. Maybe someone you don't seem to like as much as the reasons you're being so evasive. Like Regina. Regina. You always seem calm and collected until you start talking about her. Saying things like she's cruel. Well done, Mr. Attorney. You've got quite the set of eagle eyes. You know, a tiger tried to attack me. Regan tried to attack you? Twice. He wasn't serious, I'm sure. You're not trying to insinuate that I believe she spurred on the lion and Leon to attack Bat, are you? Leon was never taught a command to attack people. Regina isn't capable of doing anything like that. Besides, Regina had no reason to want to hurt my little brother. Regina and Bat were such good friends back then. But you still hate Regina. I've got proof of it. What? What are you talking about? Oh, maybe I overdid it again. But if I can hand something over to Acro, maybe here's proof. This. Where did you get this? Regina posted it on the bulletin board in the cafeteria. Before that, it was in her pocket. I guess I noticed it when it was there around breakfast time. I always take Acro his breakfast in the morning. You wrote this, and then you put it in her pocket. That's right, isn't it? That's right. Well done, Mr. Wright. And if it's at this point, we've basically fucking solved the case here. You can piece together everything that happened. He wanted to get revenge. He has the bust hidden somewhere. Who knows where. He had the bust wired up. And because of his acrobatic strength, he could pull the wire back up. He literally set the note, expected Regina to be the one that showed up at 10. Dropped it, expecting to hit his target. Brought it back up, hid it away. But Regina wasn't the one that ended up taking the note because she was too stupid to realize it was intended for her. My legs were injured by Leon. 6 months ago, my younger brother Bat had a dare with Regina. A dare? An absurd dare. If I can put my head inside of Leon's mouth like you do, you have to go to the movies with me on a date. That's insane! Didn't you know how dangerous that is? We all thought he was being stupid too. But that lion was very old to begin with, and age brought with it a countless experience in doing that very trick. Unfortunately, this particular time, I guess Leon wasn't ready or willing, and that's when the accident happened. He just wanted to take her out to the movies. Poor Bat. When Leon chomped down, I jumped towards him, and Leon attacked me, and that's how I ended up. How about Bat? He's still in a coma. I went to the hospital yesterday to visit him. I see. I'm still waiting for him to open his eyes again. And that's the reason why I keep going. The Bat and Regina, they were such a great friends. Oh yeah, I wanted you to take a look at this. What is it? This is the scarf my brother was wearing when Leon attacked him. Gross, it's covered in blood. This scarf, it was a present from Regina to my brother on the day of the accident. When he did it, he looked like he was smiling. He? Leon, obviously. Oh. When he bit down Bat's head, the expression of Leon's face looked like a grin. Nick. I know, Mo said the same thing. What do you think it all means? I'll be taking that scarf, you don't mind? Oh, right, you're here. Miss Von Karma. I've already heard everything, so hand over the scarf. But the scarf is evidence in the trial. That is for me to decide. I think we should begin our preparations now, Acro. Preparations? I've served a summons to Acro to appear in court tomorrow as a witness. Acro will talk more at the prosecutor's office. Acro, a witness? Come, Acro, let's go to the office. I at least appreciate that she's not calling him by his real name and going by his stage name anyway. Like, she has enough respect for the arts to continue calling him by his stage name. Even though, like, his name is Ken. Yes, ma'am. Now what do we do, Nick? How are we going to handle tomorrow? Don't worry about it. I'll figure something out. Look at you, all full of confidence. You must have found something you can use. This is all beginning to come together now. Alright, we have 1, 2, 3. Only 3 testimonies to get through before we're done. Wow, that's actually kind of surprising. Considering the first half was 8. Let me save. So this, I don't want to speak too soon, but this might get done and over with quite quick. "9:41 a.m. Good morning, Max." "Oh, yes, good morning, sweeties. Didn't seem like your usual sparkling self today. I'm always like this before I go in front of an audience. I worked up to it." "Don't get nervous, Maxie. Here, have a glass of milk." "Regina!"
How fabulous, my sweetie pie princess. You came to watch my performance today?
"Of course I did. Mo told me that I should come and watch this." Mo said that. "So what kind of performance will you put on today? Let me guess, you'll fly at the end." It's not that kind of show. Isn't that right, my sweeties?" "Huh?" "I think my sweetie pie princess doesn't... Yeah, she doesn't seem to realize what's going on, or even where she is." "Well, Max, it looks like it's time to raise the curtain. I'll see you later. Today I'm just a member of the audience."
Fabulous. Enjoy yourselves out there.
"Good luck, Max. You're the best." I think Mo has cottoned on to what's actually going to go down this trial and what we're going to uncover, and wants Regina to see it for herself, to almost try and ground her a little bit, to wisen her up that her actions had consequences and that she can't just keep on being this way for the rest of her life. Regina's different, don't you think, Nick? Top of the morning, do ya? Oh, was it fucking Jacksepticeye just came in? Everybody, let's get ready to get stuck in legal limbo. How low can you go? Mo. Top of the morning to you, governor. Okay, different kind of top of the morning. Top of the morning. That's the ticket. Attacking the day starts with energy in the morning. The early bird gets the worm, but then again, worms lack higher brain function. Ah. Here, Max, I brought you something for a present. Have some milk. Oh my, thanks. So how are you today, Wright? Well, I've got a feeling that today I'm going to face off against the real culprit. You mean Acro? Yeah, as I said, they all know. They just wanted to all push. I think they were all to an extent in on it, but Mo's seen the light, and it's like, no. We're, for the sake of wisening Regina a little bit and teaching her a bit of real world, we're going to have her witness it, whether she likes it or not. So when it reaches its ugly conclusion, she's forced to face reality. Be careful. He's used to putting his life on the line, literally. He's got guts to spare. If all I've got to worry about is how thin the tightrope is, I'm used to it already. It just means that I won't be able to press him like I can other witnesses. What are you going to do then, Nick? I guess today we'll just have to do it without our usual psychological warfare. Today we rely on evidence. It's the only way we'll get past Acro and the truth. AKA, the game is saying, don't overly press. You're going to be relying more on presenting than pressing. You're right. It's going to be tough. We're still going to do it a bit, don't get me wrong, but looking at the list, yeah, there's a lot more present I'm seeing pop up than press. I see it once on this first page. Anyways, I want you to make sure that Regina sees it all today, it's important. Then she'll finally have to deal with the reality of what happened to her father. Yep. You want us to make sure Regina watches? Yes, that's why I brought her here to court today. What's that supposed to mean? She needs to know that when people die, they don't just become stars. I may be an old-fashioned clown, but I don't believe in people becoming stars. She needs to accept he's gone. Court now in session for the trial of Maximilian Galactica. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Very well, Miss Von Karma, you may proceed with your case. The prosecution would like to revise its previous theory of events. What's the meaning of this? We have discovered a new witness, or shall I say, a new eyewitness. One that saw Maximilian Galactica fly off from the scene of the crime.
Order, order.
I had a feeling something like this would come up. Due to his revision, we are now prepared to explain how the defendant flew that night. In explanation, the prosecution will present... Name and occupation, and get the birds out of the fucking courtroom. Ken Dingling, but everyone calls me Acro. I'm employed as an acrobat at the Very Big Circus. Where were you on the night of the crime? I was in my room that night. If you look at the map, you will see the witness's room is near the crime scene. The room is on the 3rd floor. The crime scene is below my window. The night of the crime, the witness saw something quite shocking. Would you tell us what you witnessed? Okay. It was just after 10 PM and I was resting in my bed. Around that time, I heard a large thump noise from outside the window. Then a few moments later, I saw someone flying right by my window. It was Max Galactica. I only saw him from behind. But that's who it looked like. To be honest, when I saw that, I thought I was dreaming. This witness's testimony matched up exactly with that of the clown. If that's the case, there's very little the prosecution need add. All that's left is to explain how the defendant disappeared into the sky that night. Before we get that far, I'd like to cross-examine the witness. A foolish choice by a foolish fool who wishes to feel the foolish sadness of a sad fool. A man must know the proper timing of things, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Just like your old friend, Mr. Miles Edgeworth did. Yeah, and it's now Fran knows that bringing up Edgeworth gets under Phoenix's skin big time. Like, it really pisses him off. Of course she's going to bring him up, because she wants him to falter. She wants him to lose his temper and that make him jolt his judgment. Mr. Wright, do you have a problem with the witness's testimony? In the words of Miss Von Karma, may I quote yesterday's proceedings? There's no way that actually happened. Very well, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Okay, we need to press Acro on the statement it was Max Galactica. And this is the only time we press, because like the rest of it all just says presents for this page. The light in your room was turned off then, right? That's true. I was going to bed after all. So with the lights off, you were still able to clearly see a human fly by your window? The safety lights lit things up enough for me to see. But honestly, there was only enough light for me to see the silhouette outside my window. And it was the person's back, so I couldn't see the white rose in the front. Did you see any of the other symbols? I clearly saw the silk cat, as well as the cloak wrapped around his body. I'm convinced that the person I saw was Max Galactica. The more I press him, the less results I seem to get. But maybe that was something fishy in the latest bit of testimony. There is a contradiction. There is a huge contradiction with that testimony that was just given. If there's a contradiction, then prove it with evidence. She's right, let's see some evidence. Do you have any evidence? Yes, the hat was at the scene. You claim to have seen the exact same thing Mo saw at the night. Do you stand by that? What do you mean? The silk hat. What about the silk hat? I saw it on Max's head as he flew up by my window. Well, you should have tried looking down from that window that night. Oh, it would have been quite difficult considering the state I am in. Just looking outside the window was a tough enough challenge for me. That's a shame, because you would have noticed the silk hat found on the screen. That's the ringmaster's hat, right? Afraid not. No matter how you look at it, this is Max's silk hat. Where are you going with this, Mr. Wright? Are you saying that Max has two silk hats? No! This is a handmade, one-of-a-kind model made only for Maximilian Galactica. Which means, Acro, that you've been fibbing on the stand. Order, order. As always, it looks like someone has just opened their mouth before thinking. You okay, Nick? Well, I opened my big mouth, and now I have to back it up. How about it, Mr. Wright? What would cause this witness to commit perjury in this court today? Do we jump to this now, or do we have to come... Oh no, we do jump onto this now. Acro is the real culprit. Your Honor, on this occasion, the defense accuses Acro himself. On this occasion... Accuses Acro? What in the world are you accusing him of? Yeah, and Karma's like, you did this last time. What do you mean on this occasion? Obviously, we accuse him of the murder of Mr. Russell Berry. Mr. Wright, are you serious? Deadly serious, Your Honor. I think your trips to the circus have served you well. You seem to have learned how to try and grab at an audience's hearts and mind. Your Honor, don't allow yourself to be swayed by theatrics. Trying to wow the crowd with smoke and mirrors is the oldest bluff in the book. Really? If you don't believe me, just look at the witness. He's calm enough for it to almost be scary. That's because he's lost everything. That's because he's already lost everything, so he doesn't care. That's why he's so calm. And he seems rather calm and collected. Mr. Dingling, do you have any response to the defense's accusation?
I don't really need to say a thing, do I?
What do you mean?
Everyone, take a good look at me. I can't even stand up by myself, let alone leave the lodging house.
That's true.
I understand that Mr. Wright is trying to help his clients. But to do this by accusing me of murder of all things.
See?
Even a sliver of common sense makes it clear that the accusation is ludicrous.
She's right. Way to pick on the disabled, you heartless, cruel man.
Phoenix is a poopy head. See that, Mr. Phoenix Wright? If you're trying to drum up support for the peanut gallery, that's how you do it. I think that's enough of this little game. I've got a doctor's note to confirm that Acro is unable to stand under his own power. Maybe the defense is planning on making a claim to counter this as well. I can hear the defense now. Acro had an accomplice.
What do you say about this, Mr. Wright? Did Acro have an accomplice?
Of course he didn't. Now then, this must be where we get to hear the name of this mystery accomplice. Not this time, Von Karma. What? You're not going to sucker me into this one.
What are you blabbering about, Mr. Wright?
There was no accomplice. Acro planned and committed this murder all by himself.
Order, order. What are you getting at?
Way to keep them on their toes, Nick. Now I'm going to have to prove how this all fits together. I have to show how Acro murdered Russell Berry. Can you do that? Can you really do that?
I know what I can't do. I can't stop now. If I stop attacking, I'm doomed.
Alright, let's go do it. Mr. Phoenix Wright. If this witness is the killer, then his eyewitness account is all lies, right?
Mr. Wright, I'd like you to clear something up for me. Where was the crime committed? Where exactly was he?
He was in his room, because he dropped it out the fucking window.
Well, he was obviously here the entire time. That's Acro's room.
Pretty simple, eh? Acro wasn't able to leave the lodging house by himself. In that case, there can only be one correct answer. Acro didn't leave his room to kill the ringmaster. What? Are you nuts?
Or to say you, Mr. Dingling.
It's an interesting theory. That's it. Considering that what you propose is impossible, yes, that is.
Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. As the witness has stated, your assertion is impossible, as in he is in a wheelchair. There is no way he could go to the scene or be the killer.
You've got a point. Seems you've forgotten once again, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The defendant was clearly spotted at the scene of the crime. That's true. Mo said that he saw Max, didn't he? Maya, it's still impossible for humans to fly. Do you mind if I ask a question, Mr. Wright?
What is it?
I understand some of your logic. However, how do you think I killed him? If I can't leave my room, I obviously couldn't wear Max's costume. How did he do it? That's the next course of this legal buffet. Be careful, Nick. If you mess up here, she's right. I can't mess up. I've got to give this one serious thought. Acro killed the ringmaster, and he did it while he was in this room. No doubt about it.
Time to enlighten us to help Mr. Dingling.
Committed the crime, Mr. Wright. Present evidence. I'm going to present some evidence.
So what did Mr. Dingling use?
Oh, jeez, where is that fucking thing? Aha! Yes, that's what I was looking for. I was looking for the actual bust. No, we don't have the bust. We have the photo. Because the bust is actually hidden.
What's that? A picture?
It is indeed. The problem is with the item that's shown in the picture. The bust? It's quite a large bust. And because it is life-size, it's also very, very heavy. Heavy? Heavy enough to guarantee a certain death, especially if it was dropped from a third-story window. Ah! See, this is how Acro was able to kill the ringmaster, with the force of gravity and Maximilian Galactica's ample bust.
Order, order. So you're saying the bust fell onto the ringmaster?
A rather simple crime. Even if you were stuck in a wheelchair, it would be incredibly easy to commit. How could you possibly wheel a wheelchair with something so heavy? It's impossible. Well, Acro is an acrobat. You
should have more than enough upper body strength to carry something like a bust. Mr. Dingling, how do you respond to these charges?
Well,
Acro is at a loss for words. He should be. He knows I'm getting close to the truth. Well, Acro. You can't run away from things this time. Ow!
I'd watch what you say if I were you, Mr. Phoenix Wright.
What?
Your Honor, the physical health of the witness is material to this case. I demand that we get a proper testimony from the witness himself.
Testimony, you say? Von Karma. She's just using this testimony as a ruse to stall for time. There's absolutely no need for such testimony.
The defense has its version of the murder. The prosecution has a right to respond.
The defense's objection is overruled. Can't you see things my way for once in a while? Mr. Dingling, I'm sorry, but we need you to testify about your physical condition. If you have any doubts about your ability to testify, we can request expert testimony.
The witness will have no problems. However, let's all be respectful towards him. Thank you.
The woman will sink to any low to win a case.
I suppose I could have lifted something the size of that bust. I have a strong upper body from working as an acrobat, and it was only my legs were injured. However, lifting the bust and looking out the window would have been impossible. There's no way I could have exerted that kind of force on my lower body. It makes it impossible for me to have known the location of the ringmaster's head. Except you did, because you made a note specifically instructing where you wanted the target to go. Thus, it would be unrealistic for me to drop the bust on him, don't you think?
I have no doubts in regards to the witness testimony.
It was impossible for him to lift the bust and stick himself out far enough to look. Not to mention that he could not have known the location of the ringmaster's head. A single false step would have even led to even more severe injuries.
That's what I was thinking. What is your opinion on the matter, Mr. Wright?
I'd still like to proceed with my cross-examination. He's simply stalling. It's shameful, really.
I can't let her get to me. I've got to focus. We present the wooden box to the statement. That makes it impossible for me to have known. Acro, you didn't really need to lean out the window, did you?
What are you driving at, Mr. Wright?
You already knew ahead of time where the ringmaster's head was going to be. Quite precisely, I might add.
You silly hinting at things is pointless, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Enough stalling. How about you show us some evidence?
But I did a good job hinting. Yes. Hurry up and explain things, Mr. Wright.
Maybe you should take a look at this. The key point here is the wooden box. The same wooden box the victim was found hunched over. The same. The question is, who placed the wooden box here?
Who?
When Ben and company saw the ringmaster, they didn't see him holding the box, which means that this wooden box was already placed at the scene of the crime.
I have to admit that your theory makes a lot of sense.
The moment that the bust came falling down was exactly the same moment when that the ringmaster lifted up this wooden box. Which means that the answer to all these questions is now crystal clear. You mean,
if the bust was to fall upon the point marked out by the wooden box,
there would be no way that they could miss the head of the victim. No!
Order. This is unbelievable. Finally, some of these loose ends are starting to tie themselves up. Now I've just got to keep going. There's only one way to go from here forward. So the next question I have is, who placed that wooden box at the scene? It was Mr. Dingling, of course. He connected it to a rope, and the only way to do is lower it down.
Ow! Allow me to whip some sense into you. Mr. Phoenix Wright. Ow! The ringmaster's head could have been anywhere when he lifted the box.
That's why the box was specifically made.
Specially made?
That's what I said. Indeed. It's the most peculiar feature. The weight of the box. The box has a remarkable weight. Weight? According to the court record, it weighs 20 pounds. Just to lift up this wooden box would have required... Oh, I see. One would have had to squat down, then lift up with their body, wouldn't you say? That is exactly what I was trying to point out. The box is also very large. The box is also carrying handles at either side, doesn't it? Meaning they'd have to stretch literally over it to grab both the handles and lift it up with their back. That is correct. To lift up the box, you'd have to squat down. Which means No matter where you are, your head would approximately be in the same place. Fool. Got a ways to go yet before we prove it to him. Does he even bother to listen to me anymore? I've heard what you've had to say. I must admit, I'm shocked at your imaginative skills. Did you do it? Did you place his wooden box in the plaza? Mr. Wright may have a vivid imagination, but I could never have done what he was proposing. What? Mr. Wright, do you recall the original location of Max's bust? I remember. Of course I remember. It was on top of the table at the cafeteria. And what happened to it? I'd like you to remember one important fact, Mr. Wright. I could not possibly leave the lodging house by myself. Ah, that means... You understand what I mean, don't you? I may very well have been able to drop the bus from my room. However, how would I have gotten the bus from the cafeteria to my room? You had a... It was a very shiny bust. You see, Mr. Phoenix Wright, explain that. Don't forget, you said there was no accomplice. So that's exactly how the witness could have carried the bus from the cafeteria. Yep, we definitely have a problem here. This is no place to get perplexed. I've got to get my wits about me and prove how things are happening once and for all. Alright, Mr. Wright, let's hear it. On the witness, the fucking monkey habitually gathers all sorts of shiny objects. A monkey? Everyone knows money. He loves shiny objects of any size. Oh, like when you stole the ventriloquist's ring. So, are you saying the witness had a monkey steal the bust? Of course he didn't order the monkey to steal it. The monkey stole it on his own, and then brought it back home. Home? Money lives in Acro's room. Acro's room? The bust was bronze, was it? Bronze isn't all that shiny. Maybe you should put the whip down sometimes and read the court record. Why, those are some very nice cards he's holding. Yes, and they're made of platinum, which is very shiny. Acro? Money is a strong monkey, right? It'd be easy for him to bring the bus back to your room. It's like, I know that he's a strong monkey. He beat the shit out of me to steal my defense badge, my attorney's badge at one point. If he was able to handle that himself, I'd be on the market for a new roommate. Order, I said order, Miss Von Karma. Where is the bus in question at the moment? I don't know. We're searching for it as we speak. It's a rather strange turn of events. Oh, I know exactly where it is. Let's say that the monkey had not stolen the bus. What would have happened then? Well, in that event, something else would have been used as the murder weapon. Wait. Then you mean the bus was the murder weapon purely by accident? It's possible. Maybe Acro saw Money's mountain of stolen goods and thought to use one of them. Anyways, I think we've more than proven one critical fact. Namely, that it was entirely possible that Acro was the murderer. Moron! I think like slam the desk and just go, you fuck! And then everyone in the courtroom's like, oh god. Mr. Wright's argument was so circular. I'm still a bit dizzy. However, his argument does hold water. There's no denying that. Ow! Don't be so flamboozled, especially from this fraud of attorney. Fraud? You've forgotten the absolute most important thing, Mr. Phoenix Wright. And what's that? You should know. You forgot that your fraud of a magical client was spotted at the scene of the crime. Ah! There's no reason to doubt the clown's testimony. That's true. How do you respond to that, Mr. Wright? Nick, don't let her beat you now. I won't. This is my chance to turn this trial around. When the murder occurred, there were two people at the scene of the crime. One was the victim, Russell Berry, and the other was the murderer himself. Answer this and only this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Who was the murderer the clown saw? They saw the bust. Take that! You saw Max's... Ow! I asked who was the other person most saw on the scene. The evidence has nothing to do with the question. Objection! Au contraire, mon frère. It does indeed have something to do with the question. Mo said that he saw Max's silhouette. But he did not actually see the man himself. It wasn't a human being he saw. How is that possible? It's simple, really. All Mo actually saw was the night was Max's bust. What are you talking about? Have you tried using your brain at all this case? The silhouette he saw was wearing a cloak. Objection! There's no reason why you couldn't attach a cloak to a bust. It would be easy to hang one of those off the cards in the bust hands. Idiot! Who in their right mind would put a cloak on the bust? Doesn't matter who puts it on the bust. Just wait a minute now, Mr. Wright. Who put the cloak on the bust? That question is of the utmost importance in this case, don't you agree? Oh, he caught me. Let's have it, Mr. Wright. Who put the cloak on the bust? Okay, yeah, now it's time for this fucking bit. This is the bit I was talking about earlier, where I said there's a part of this case where they expect you to take some fucking severe leaps in logic. And when you find out what it is, you sit there and you go, what the fuck? And figuring it out yourself is a work of fucking art on your first playthrough. It genuinely... Let's just go with this. It's Russell Berry. Fool. Him? You were saying that it was the victim himself, Russell Berry? That's what I'm saying. The victim himself placed a cloak on the bust? Placed a cloak isn't really the right way of putting it. What would be the right way of putting it, Mr. Wright? Explain yourself. Nick, do you really have a handle on all this? I'm fine, Maya. Finally putting all the pieces together. Actually, my phone is nearly dead, so give me 1 second to kind of lean over here, get my charger, and stick it in. Yeah. There's really only one picture I can paint anyways. Alright, so you want to know what really happened that night? Let's step back in time. Acro used the rope to lower the wooden box onto the scene. He then attached the rope to a bust, and dangled the bust out of the bedroom window directly above the wooden box. At the same time, the ringmaster told Max to wait in his room and went to the scene, of course. At the time, the ringmaster was wearing Max's costume. Perhaps he didn't want anyone to recognize him that night. But just as he feared, he was spotted at the entrance of the lodging house by none other than the ventriloquist and his puppet, Ben and Trillo. When the ringmaster arrived at the scene, he bent over to lift the wooden box. And that's when Acro took his chance and released the rope. Now this is when the magic happens. The very instant the bus hit the victim, yep, you're supposed to just figure that out yourself. The cape ended up on the bus. You just wait a second there, Mr. Phoenix Wright. As much as you try, as much as you scheme, that just isn't true, it can't be. It's still a little early to be getting so upset, Miss Von Karma. This circus isn't over yet. What? The impact of the bust of the victim threw the cloak up, which snagged onto the bust. The impact also created a sound that a certain witness heard, prompting him to take a look. That witness was, of course, Lawrence Mo Curls, the clown. When Mo looked out his window, the cloak had already snagged into the bust. Now, having completed the crime, Acro naturally went about pulling up the murder weapon. Of course, he had no idea that Mo saw the bust being raised with the cloak dangling on it, primarily because, in his wheelchair, he couldn't see out his window. So he just kept pulling the bust up. And that is how the magical murderer disappeared into the sky came to be. So you see, the only person who could have pulled this off is the one person who's able to drop the murder weapon from above the crime scene. Acro, it could only have been you. Acro's been playing mind games with us all. He sure has. But he's come to the end of his rope now. So, what now? You've graced us with a rather long-winded tale. But do you have any evidence to prove that your fairy tale is true? Evidence? In this court, only two things matter. The power of evidence and the power of my whip. Fuck! Don't forget the power of my gravel as well. Mr. Wright, the prosecution brings up a good point. Can you see some evidence? Nick, they said they want evidence. I just explained how there could only be one possible murder method. But there's still something unusual about Mo's eyewitness account. Unusual? Contradiction, actually. Okay, then let's use that and get out of this jam. That's enough talking. Present some evidence. We want some hard proof to unravel the trick on it. We have to present that silk hat again. Alright, and we've got one more testimony to go through and then we're done here. Problem is Max's 3 symbols. You know, the silk hat, the cloak, and the white roses. The symbols were a problem numerous times during yesterday's proceedings. Yesterday, there were 2 contradictions in Mo's testimony. The silk hat was one, the white roses was the other. But the theory I just presented explains all of these contradictions. You fool, do you ever shut up? Max's silk hat was found at the scene of the crime. However, remember what Mo said yesterday? He testified that the criminal he saw fleeing the scene was wearing a silk hat. There's only one explanation for that. The silk hat that Mo saw was actually the bust's. Makes sense. If you look at it that way, then he did see the silk hat, well, sort of. Fine, you've got one, but what about the other contradiction? The other contradiction? Remember what those ventriloquists said in court? He said that the witness white roses on Max's chest that night. But the clown's testimony doesn't match. The clown said that there were no white roses. I'd like to see you try and explain that one away. Can you do it, Nick? Of course, I can explain all of it. What was that? Please recall the instance where the cloak snagged onto the bus. The cloak snagged onto the bus. What happened to the white roses? Do you get it yet? The cloak got snagged onto the front of the bus. It means that the white roses would end up on the back of the bus. Which explains why Mo didn't see them. The white roses were not visible because they were on the back side of the bus. So you'd think we have it by the ropes now, but no, there's one more testimony to go through. This is quite a shocking state of affairs. Mr. Wright's theory still sounds a bit absurd to me. However, let's just keep going down this road for a while and see where it leads. Let's do this, Nick. Maybe Von Karma will finally throw in the towel. Well, so much for that theory. Mr. Wright, do you mind? What is it? You took the time to research our circus, didn't you? Well, yes, I did. Is there something making you think that I didn't? If you did, then maybe you would understand why I think you're off track. Why is that? Motive. The witness feels an incredible debt of gratitude towards the ringmaster. Anyone with a relation to the circus is well aware of this. Thus, there is absolutely no way someone like this would kill the ringmaster. Your Honor, I'd like you to hear Acro's story. Learn about his relationship with the ringmaster and his life up until now. What do we do? There's no doubting that Acro deeply respected the ringmaster. Acro's motive, It seems that this case isn't over yet. Very well, however, I feel like this is a good place to take a break, and the player probably wants to save. So I'll listen to the rest of Mr. Dingling's testimony after recess. It's called when I'll take a 10-minute recess. We're nearly there. And this last page is nothing but present and present, choose, present as well. There's no more pressing. We have to go in for the kill. I keep on, anytime I go to talk to you guys, I impulsively look at me in the corner, not the camera. I look at this, not this. So that's why my vision always looks ever so slightly to the side. I don't mean to. Like, the screen's here, I'm there, you're there. And chat's there. Can't believe it, Acro. Pretty shocking, isn't it? Definitely is, and to think he was always the most straightforward of the group. Jeebus, and am I that hated? Acro tried to pin the murder on you on purpose. He did? Psst. But I'm nothing but a little old nobody, you know? But you're not, which is kind of the reason why. Hey pal, don't ignore me after I went all this trouble to bring you some evidence. Ah, Detective Gumshoe. Nah, forget it, I'm going home. This guy deserves to be guilty anyways. Now, Detective, I'm sorry. Look, why don't you relax a little? You've got some really tasty milk. How about a card trick, Detective? Oh, well, if you insist. Oh, that's the Now, about the evidence you mentioned, what is it? Here you go. Huh? This was yesterday in Acro's room. Yup, and I've included the forensic results. Take a look at it later. Won't Miss Von Karma be mad that you're doing this? That's why this is all a secret. Huh? Look, details are on a need-to-know basis, and we're not really allies or anything, but everything that's happened in court up until now has gone according to our plan. I don't know. Is Miss Von Karma didn't seem in control of things in there just now? You'll figure it out eventually, pal. Yesterday, our final plans were set into motion. Final plans? Uh-huh. That reminds me. I got a message from the prosecutors for you. Nothing is ever truly decided until the very end. That's it, and that's it for me too, pal. I'm out of here. What do you mean by that, the very end part? Not sure. It's all pretty cryptic to me. Oh, one more thing. Don't scare me like that. Looks like there's a large care package from the circus for the defendant. What? For me? It's milk. The reception area looks like some kind of dairy. So hurry up and drink it all before it spoils. An entire dairy's worth of milk for me? Yeah, they all feel bad. Now they know the truth of what's happened. They all feel kind of bad that they kind of set up this motherfucker because they all hated him. Court is now back in session. Ms. Von Karma, please continue from where you left off. I'd like to continue with Acro's testimony, starting with his relationship to the victim. I'd also like to get proof from the defense, proof of what kind of motive Acro would have to commit this crime. Understood. Now, Mr. Dingling? Yes, Your Honor. Please proceed with your testimony. Finally, we get to the motive. Wait, Nick, are you okay? Just do me a favour and don't ask questions you don't want the answers to. About the ringmaster. When we were little, we were abandoned by our parents. That's when the ringmaster of Berry Big Circus, Russell Berry, took us in. I became an acrobat at around 9 years old. I wanted to find a way to repay the ringmaster. That was my sole purpose in life. You're such a thoughtful young man. As you heard, the witness deeply respected the victim. Why milk? Because at the start of this case, it was revealed that Max only gets the gung ho to go onto stage if he's had milk beforehand. It's because he was originally a farmer. Before he became this big stage phenomenon, he was a farm boy, and so he was used to having a lot of dairy in his life, and so I guess it's a sense of familiarity for him. And so on today, like this trial, because they now know, all of them know it's not him, and feel bad for accusing him and trying to like join in setting him up, they're all bringing him milk to kind of like say that we're sorry, we know you like this stuff, hopefully this will calm you down from X, Y, and Z. They'll try and cheer him up a little bit to try and say they're sorry. And it's also for reasons we'll find out after the case, they kind of want him to stick around, and so they're trying to kind of bribe him with kindness. I wonder how anyone could think that Acro would kill the man he held in such esteem. You're absolutely right. How could anyone think that, Mr. Wright? Which is why there's no real need for a cross-examination, is there? Actually, that's the question I'm trying to answer myself. Why would Acro kill the ringleader? This might be my last chance to answer that question. No need to question him now. There's no need to cross-examine this witness. What's this? Why was the ringmaster murdered? There is no need to delve into that bit of testimony when I know the answer already. Mr. Wright, I'd like you to ask you a question. Go ahead, Your Honor. I would just like to know, can you provide an explanation for why Acro would want the ringmaster dead? I can't provide one. Nick? Yeah, I don't even have to think about it. It was obvious from the start. Your Honor, the reason Acro killed the ringmaster is something that can't be proven. What? That's because Acro had no reason to kill the ringmaster at all. Ow! Your foolish attempts to fool us like foolish fools is so full-heartedly foolish. Did you forget you made an accusation against this witness, did you not? I believe this is the real killer of Russell Berry Ringmaster. If you want to jump to the end of things, then yes, that sounds about right. The end of things? Acro, you didn't plan to kill the ringmaster at all, did you? The ringmaster wasn't your target that night. What did you just say? I'm saying that the target of this witness's murderous plot was not the ringmaster. Because it was never his intention to kill Russell Berry to begin with. What? Order, order. Sorry, the video froze up again. Bailiff, I don't care who it is, smack anyone who's loud in the face. Twice if you must. Mr. Wright, what in the world are you trying to do with my court?
Ow! Mr. Phoenix Wright, what in the world are you trying to do to his court? Are you attempting to imply that Acro was trying to kill someone else? Regina Berry?
This young girl is the ringmaster's daughter, correct?
Acro, you were really aiming for her that night, weren't you?
Objection!
You don't need to answer that. It's a mean-spirited leading question. You could easily answer this question. If I'm wrong, all you have to say is you're wrong. That's it. That's it, huh, Mr. Phoenix Wright?
Enough, Mr. Wright. Allow me to...
Ow! The only thing allowed to interrupt me is death itself.
Huh?
And that goes for you too, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Show me evidence now. I want to know why Acro would want to kill Regina Berry.
Yes, me too. I demand to see some proof. Present evidence.
Take that! Acro, you remember this, don't you? It's a piece of paper that was found inside the ringmaster's tailcoat.
Inside the victim's tailcoat?
Acro wrote this note. It's ironically entitled To the Murderer. Its purpose was to call someone to the plaza at 10 PM.
So you're saying that he called Russell Berry with that note?
Yes, but there's just one little problem.
Problem?
Acro did indeed place his note into someone's pocket. However, that someone was not the ringmaster. You mean, it wasn't for the... That's exactly what I mean. The person this note was intended for was none other than Regina Berry.
Order, order, order. Mr. Wright, this little theory of yours.
It's the truth, Your Honor. It isn't a theory. Simply put, Regina didn't think the note was meant for her. Which is why, the morning of the crime, she placed it on the cafeteria's bulletin board. That's when her father, I mean the ringmaster, saw the note. That's correct. The ringmaster ended up in the plaza instead of Regina. And when he was killed because of that mistake. Instead of Regina.
That's incredible.
Remember the testimony that Acro gave us earlier today? Lifting the bust and looking out the window would have been impossible. There's no way I could have exerted that kind of force on my lower body. If I were to do that, I'd end up falling out the window myself. Acro had no idea who did it. No idea who it was that arrived in the plaza, because he couldn't look down out of his window to see who it actually was.
I've got it. Acro thought it was Regina down in the plaza.
And that's when he let the bus fly. Hey Nick, isn't Regina listening to all this from the audience? She is, unfortunately. It's only going to get harsher from here. If Regina can handle it.
Acro wrote this note to Regina.
Objection!
Foolishly foolish fool with foolishly foolish fool ideas of foolish tomfoolery. You're so foolish you've even made me sound like a foolhardily fool. Very well, Mr. Phoenix Wright. If you're so sure, then tell us about this line. I have conclusive evidence of what took place.
Yeah, what about that line?
Well, if this note was meant for Regina Berry, it would mean that this note is declaring Regina Berry is a murderer. You just don't get it, do you? What did you just say? The ringmaster knew what the note meant, which is why he went to the plaza, in place of his lovely daughter.
Hold it right there, Mr. Wright. What is this incident is alluded to in the note?
The incident 6 months ago? I know all about it. An incident occurred 6 months ago, and now I am more than ready to show this court what happened at that time. Moron!
Wait, are you sure that it is related to the present case?
It does indeed, Your Honor. Everything in this case is to start with what happened 6 months ago. Really, Nick?
I think so.
Well then, if that's the case, hurry up and tell us about it. What is this conclusive evidence mentioned in the note? I know, I'd certainly like to know what it is. If I can't answer that question, the judge is going to think I'm bluffing. The conclusive evidence is actually, as Mondo passes us by, a small seasoning bottle. Take that! Achoo! 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 Ow! What kind of spicy joke is this, Mr. Phoenix Wright? It isn't a joke at all. It's a decisive evidence you asked for.
What do you mean?
Recall that the victim was trying to take the wooden box away with him.
He was doing so because this piece of decisive evidence was what was inside. Another unbelievable conclusion. Very well, Mr. Wright. So what exactly are you saying? Are you claiming Regina Berry killed someone with a small bottle of pepper? Taking the note into account, that's the only logical conclusion you can draw.
Foolish fool who never tires of his own foolish ways.
If you're so sure, Mr. Phoenix Wright, then answer this question. Who was Regina Berry's intended victim? It was Bat. Who is this? That is Acro's younger brother. What does he prove? His younger brother isn't dead. Technically, that's true. However, Bat has been in a coma for 6 months now. It's not a stretch to see how Acro could feel that his brother is dead. Regina, she did that to him? Do you spend your entire life dreaming up new ways to be a fool? Naturally, the prosecution has looked into Acro's brother, Sean Dingling. 6 months ago, he was bit by a lion and fell into a current comatose state. A lion? Regina, I mean Miss Regina Berry, is an animal tamer by trade. However, no tamed animal in that position is ever trained to attack another human. They wouldn't understand the command. Moreover, Miss Regina could never do something like that. It's just not in her. Third grade me when I can't think of any other adjectives. Yeah, foolishly fooled, a foolish fool, foolishly foolishing, foolhardily foolishing. So then what happened to Acro's brother? He's not the victim of an attempted murder, he's the victim of an accident. I see. Now what do we do? No one seems to be going along with your theory. Do you think what happened about was actually an accident? It was more than that. The lion biting Bat was no accident at all. What? You're such an amateur, Mr. Phoenix Wright. There's no way that Regina would ever incite her lion to attack another human being. She may not have incited the lion to attack another human being. Regina is responsible for making the lion bite Acro's brother, Bat. It's to do with that scarf. That's just a scarf. Acro, this scarf is something that Bat used to wear, correct? That's right. And who is the one who gave this scarf to Bat? Regina. Regina gave it to him. Regina? There is something more here than blood on this scarf, Your Honor. And what might that be? Pepper. Pepper? Pepper. Regina gave the scarf to Bat right before the accident, and she covered it with as much pepper as she could. Hey, what's all the silent treatment? Excuse me, Mr. Wright. You've done a good job of fingering a criminal. Let's not use that word, alright? Alright, Judge, can you can word it wherever you want, but let's not use that word, okay? Alright, I'm a bit more sensible than that, alright? I wouldn't just dive in, come on. I found out curiosity. What was the crime? Miss Berry gave a pepper-coated scarf to Bat as a present. Where's the crime in that? Still seems like the judge doesn't get it. Mr. Phoenix Wright, wasn't it said that the lion seemed to be smiling? Smiling? The lion was smiling? Right before Bat was bit by the lion. For a moment, the lion's mouth changed and it looks like he was smiling. Lions smile? Never heard of them smiling. However, lion sneeze. What? Leon wasn't trying to bite Bat at all. In reality, all he actually did was sneeze. He sneezed because of all the pepper on the scarf. What? You fool! You've got to be kidding me. Yes? What's the matter, Miss Von Karma? I object. For objection's sake. This is the same as Miles's I object. Okay, what's your objection? I was hoping I'd think of an objection whilst you asked that. I didn't. that's what it reminds me of. It's I object in the hopes that it would give me time to think. Mr. Phoenix Wright, this theory, you believe it? You really intend to say that this is how this joke of an accident actually happened? Of course I do. It's the truth. The lion sneezed due to the pepper, and that's when Bat lost consciousness. Acro lost his brother due to this accident, or this joke as you put it. which is why he tried to get his revenge against Regina.
You foolish idiot.
It almost does seem like a terrible joke, doesn't it? Once again, I'm impressed by your imagination, Mr. Wright. To think that there's someone who treats this accident with the respect it deserves. Are you telling me that what I said was true?
Acro, you can't mean witness.
Are you confirming the defense's claim?
Mr. Wright,
Unfortunately, your imagination is not enough to find me guilty of murder. What do you mean by that?
the pepper, the scarf, the lie. I see where you're going, but it's a bit hard to swallow. Not to mention the fact that there's an even bigger problem with your theory.
What would that problem be?
The same problem it's always been, evidence. If I dropped Max's bust on top of the ringmaster, where is the evidence that proves that claim?
In your wheelchair. You've got a blanket over your legs all the time. You've been hiding it. You mean the conclusive evidence?
The biggest problem is the murder weapon, or the lack thereof to be more precise.
The murder weapon? The bust that the defense claims was used. That would be found in Acro's room, and if it was covered with blood of the victim's blood, that would have been awfully conclusive in my eyes.
Yes, it would be.
The bust.
Nick, you've got to do something. This might be the last step.
See how things work out first. Yeah, it's not in Acro's room. You have to catch on. It's not in his room. It's on his person. It's under his wheelchair.
But why aren't you going to search his room? It looks like that you finally figured things out, didn't you? Now you know the true meaning of Von Karma Total Justice.
I guess. I figured with you, that's the least I should expect. You'd leave no stone unturned.
Von Karma never leaves anything to chance.
We already searched Acro's room yesterday. What did you find?
There's no reason to even say it. If we found what you think we found in that room, Acro would not be here as a witness. But to put a point on it, Max's bust was not in that room. The murder weapon is still unaccounted for. You see, Mr. Wright, the bust wasn't in my room. Furthermore, Detective Dick Gumshoe executed the search by complete surprise, and we took Acro directly to the prosecutor's office after that.
That's objectionable!
Yep. End of story.
Just wait a second. Something's funny about all this.
Looks like you lack the final nail to put into my coffin.
But what about the scarf? What about the note?
What about them, Mr. Wright? No offense, but the only evidence that is relevant here is that which pertains to the death of the ringmaster. You should know that by now. Do something, Nick. Don't let this case slip away. The bust, where is it now? Where's the bust right now? You're Phoenix Wright. You know where the bust is. I'm sure you do. A single clue. How am I supposed to know where the bust is?
It seems this case is coming to a close. The defense's counter-arguments looks to have fallen short.
Thank you for your support.
Terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I think this brings an end to the cross-examination of this witness.
Hold it! Where is Max's bust? The defense needs time to prepare to present its case. Sorry, I got a bit nervous. I bit my tongue.
Huh?
What? We need time to do what? Ow! Why are you the most surprised person here? She's on your aid, isn't she?
Do you really have a case to present, Mr. Wright?
What? You asking me? The rest is up to you, Nick. Good luck. Hey, wait! You can't be serious. Acrobats always have their lives on the lines, don't they? That's how acros live. Your hint, so they have their life on the line. He's gonna hide it somewhere really fucking risky. Somewhere where if you find it, it will like absolutely lock in that he's the villain. Now's the time for us to walk across our own tightrope. If we don't, we're certain to lose.
Very well. The defendant may proceed.
He doesn't have a clue, and I don't think he'll be finding one anytime soon. Kind of tightrope of logic. There's no room for a full step. Sink or swim. The only way through is forward. The murder weapon. Where is his weapon now?
It's in the courtroom.
It's obvious. The bust is inside this very courtroom.
It's obviously where?
Allow me to pinpoint the location of the bust once and for all. The witness stand. Acro, sorry to ask this. Do you mind if I take the blanket off your wheelchair? I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you, Mr. Wright. Well, you are a big guy, and you have a pretty big wheelchair because of it.
I just wanted to make sure you weren't hiding anything under that blanket. Because it seems to me that it'd be really easy to say hide a bust under there. Once again, your perchance for humour hits me where it hurts, Mr. Wright. I think it's pretty amazing that you can laugh in your own position. However, your lightheartedness doesn't change the fact that the bust is under there. We all know that you can't leave the lodging house by yourself in your condition. That proved inconvenient when Miss Von Karma happened to search your room yesterday. If she had found the murder weapon in your room, it would have been all over. Which is why you had to hide it in the only place that you could hide it. Under your wheelchair. Which is why, Acro, I have to ask you again. Would you please remove the blanket from your lap? Well done, Mr. Wright. Masterfully played. You fool! How could you? You've got me. You've been bagged by a real pro. Actually, two of them. Two of them? Mr. Franziska von Karma and Mr. Phoenix Wright. Oh, sorry. What? There's just one thing I'd like to know. How did you know to launch a surprise search on my room last night? There were two pieces of decisive evidence, the cloak and the bust. I burned the cloak in my room and threw the ashes away with the trash. Regina always took my trash out every morning, you know. But the bust, obviously I couldn't throw that away. When you executed your search, all I could do was try to hide the bust. And the only place that I could hide it quickly was under this wheelchair. Miss Von Karma, you had things all figured out, didn't you? I was completely sucked in by your calculated strategy. And now to be caught in the middle of the court. Caught in the middle of court, hiding the murder weapon. There's no way I can escape that. So you've got me. Well done, Mr. Wright. Well done, Miss Von Karma. It all makes sense now. Can't believe that Von Karma thought that far ahead. It's amazing. Uh-huh. You couldn't tell by looking at her. No, I'm sure I couldn't. I can't believe it. Me. Make a mistake? Why did I order a surprise search of your room? If only I hadn't done that. Seems we finally arrived at the truth, Acro. Yes, Your Honor. Did you kill the ringmaster of the Berry Big Circus, Mr. Russell Berry? Yes, Your Honor. I'm responsible for that crime. Acro. All my brother wanted was for Regina to like him. That's why he'd tease her. One day, my brother sprinkled some pepper on Regina. She started sneezing so hard, you couldn't help yourself from laughing. That's why Regina thought it'd be funny to get him back in the same way. And that's why she covered the scarf with pepper. I know she didn't mean for anything bad to happen. I know this. She just wanted to make my brother sneeze a few times too. But I just couldn't forgive her, no matter what. What am I truly guilty of? Guilty of never ever being able to understand her. Your brother became a star. Regina believes in that so purely. She would laugh innocently when saying it too innocently. I just couldn't stand it, no matter how hard I tried. That's when you decided to do something about Regina. How dreadful. So are you saying that you are a victim in all of this as well? No, that's not what I mean. I'm nothing but a murderer. That's who I am. At first, I thought I'd kill myself, and I pondered giving myself up. But I couldn't just up and leave. I couldn't just... not yet. That's why I tried to pin this on Max. Max, I'm so sorry. I just couldn't up and leave yet. He wanted to survive this case to try again, basically. This has been a strange case. It's almost a reflection of the circus itself. I'm an idiot. Oh, I can't believe it. You beat me again. I believe this case is now beyond any point of possible discussion. Thus, I'd like to declare my verdict. This court is adjourned. December 30th, 4:27. Fabulous! But to be honest, I can't really be too happy about this. Acro, the ringmaster, Regina, and Bat. Not a single one of them was a bad person inside, huh? That's a good question, and one I don't know the answer to.
Many congrats, but only at max 1 million of them.
Thank you. What was the vibe in this room? You're just thinking about Acro.
No. If you worry about people too much, then you'll be like that forever. And never be happy.
Huh? Yeah, reality's hit her a little bit. She's been like this for a while now.
It's all my fault.
Sweetie pie.
Bat and Acro, they're never coming back. Now everyone's gonna split up.
Regina.
Mr. Wright, tell me something.
What do you want to know, Regina?
Acro said something right at the end.
I just couldn't up and leave yet.
Does that mean that Acro... Is he gonna try and get his revenge on me?
Of course he... No, I don't think so. He's not going to do that to you, Regina.
You sure? You really sure? I can believe that.
Yep, Acro doesn't have any desire for revenge anymore.
If that's true, then I want to see some evidence.
Huh?
I want to know you're not just making up that stuff about Acro wanting revenge.
What am I presenting? Oh, Bat. And that's the end of the case. That's the last thing I have to present. Ugh. Acro didn't want to get caught for a reason. He wanted to see his brother open his eyes again.
Bat.
That's right, Regina. He's still alive, you know.
I never knew. I know that Acro's been caught.
Uh-huh.
I know.
What?
I'll do it. I'll stay next to Bat as long as it takes. Until he opens his eyes. And then until you can meet Acro again.
So sweet of you, Regina.
I'm sorry, Acro. I'm sorry, Bat.
Well, hopefully this is enough to give her a little peace of mind. Hey, Max? What is it, Mo? We really put you through a lot, didn't we, buddy? I'm sorry about what happened. So, whenever you'd like to leave us, I'll pay your fee and rip up the contract. I understand. What a fabulous thing to do for me. I might even leave tomorrow. What's going to happen to the circus now? Ah, that's a big question. Our ringmaster was really an amazing person, wasn't he? Even though he's not here anymore, everyone is sticking together. The staff, the performers, all the people that we really wish we didn't have to spend so much time with in this case. No one wants to leave the circus. That's why I made a decision. What is it? I decided that I will take over as the new ringmaster. I'll turn this circus into the best circus this world has ever seen. The best circus the world has ever seen? Don't laugh. That's quite the goal.
Yay, I can't wait.
Then I guess that changes things. Huh? There's only one thing the best circus in the world has ever seen needs. The world's best illusions. Which means the circus needs the best magician the world has ever seen. Max, let's work together and make our circus super fabulous. What do you say, big guy? I don't know what to say. All I can say is thank you.
Regina,
You're going to help them out too, aren't you?
I don't know. Maybe the circus would be better off without me.
What are you talking about, Regina? Why do you think that I brought you to court today?
Huh?
We've got to work together to make the very big circus bigger than it has ever been.
Oh.
Mo's right, sweetie pie. You can't be the very big circus without Regina Berry.
Max. Nick.
Seems like everything is going to turn out alright here. Can't wait to go see the best circus in the world has ever seen. We'll save the most fabulous seats. I don't know if we ever come back to this circus in the franchise. Like, I don't know if the 4th, 5th or 6th game ever comes back to, you know, this circus for any case, for any reason. I know the next game doesn't. I'm just saying, I'm curious if any point in the future they even remotely entertain it. It'll take us a while to get ready, but I'm gonna order special whoopee cushion seats. He lost himself all the way to the bank. I see. Well, made the case. Yesterday's surprise raid really paid off, just like you said it would, sir. The only reason that surprise raid happened is because we were helped. It was just a theory. If Acro really was the killer, I thought this was the only way it could end. Especially if he was the defense attorney. Even Mr. Wright? Of course. Well, Detective, my plane is about to leave. As for Mr. Acura's case, you need not worry. I plan to personally stop by the Chief Prosecutor's office as soon as I get back. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. He's coming back. I'll be waiting for you, Mr. Edgeworth. After that, like, end of story Metal Gear Solid phone call. Yeah, all that setup and all that grudge bearing and everything that's been going on. It's been teasing Edgeworth's fucking coming back. Which is why there's only 4 cases, because the 4th case is going to be everything that comes from that. And the next case is another super goddamn long one that I'll try and get done in one stream, but we'll fucking see. Anyway. Oh, yes, before we wrap up, I said I was going to show off my Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Hang on. That's the wrong box. One sec. I am going to show you, just before we wrap up, something for a little bit of fun. God, I still have Alexandrite Dragon. My deck from when I was like 7 or 8 years old. It was before 5Ds came out. I made a few adjustments later in life. I believe these are my spares. Yeah, these are my spares. These are my extras that I don't really use, so I'll show them first. I have Oh, actually, can I flip the camera? Hang on. I think I can flip the camera. One sec. No, where is it? It's broadcast. Camera. Yes, there we go. Wait for it to come back. Yes, I have flipped it. I'm mirror, but now this will be straight. So I have Alexandrite Dragon. I have Luster Dragon. Luster Dragon 2. Galactic Spiral Dragon, which I got as like a bonus. And Lightning Vortex to screw people over. They're my spares, so I said I don't use them anymore. Let me put them back away. Hang on. Actually, I've got another idea. I just make this... Hang on. Back to the menu I go. I just need to remember to undo all of this afterwards. No. Broadcast. Camera. There we go. You know what I did? Oh, Jesus. I need to... Hang on, I need to rescale this now as well. Oh, God damn it, I was trying to make it bigger. I was trying to be smart. I will get there in a second. I want to at least do this before we go. Right, let's see what that does. Why is it still boxed like that? Is it because I changed it midstream that it's doing that? That it doesn't like it? Do you think that's what it is? Because it's midstream. It's like, no, 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 no. Let's go to this then. Yeah, I think it's because it's, damn it. Oh, I was trying to be clever. Oh, alright, let's put it back to how it was. And then it'll just be small. Me trying to be clever. Oh, well. It's because it's this blah, blah, blah. The machine doesn't like it. Anyway. Saves me trying to be... Right, I have a couple extras that I've added, but we'll keep on going until we reach Obelisk. So, my spell cards. I have... Ancient Rules. Let's make a bit more room for me to actually put this down somewhere. Burst Stream of Destruction. Double Summon. Several Dragon Mirrors, because this is a Dragon deck. Fires of Doomsday. Mausoleum of the Emperor. Polymerization. And another one, for good measure. Raigeki, which is a flashy, like, rare one as well. Rush Recklessly. Swords of Revealing Light. The Seal of Orichalcos. Bottomless Trap Hole. Call of the Haunted. Dimensional Prison. Draining Shield. Dust Tornado. Magical Cylinder. Magic Jammer. Mirror Force. Yeah, I was an arsehole when I played this when I was a kid. I was evil. Mirror Force. Negate Attack. Overwhelm. So I got a dragon deck. Well, a dragon focused deck. And now we move on to our standard monsters, which was Angel Trumpeter. 1, 2, 3. Blue Eyes White Dragons. Yeah, I was one of those kids. A Charcoal Apache. A Flame Veil Guard. A Luster Dragon. I told you I got spares. Another Luster Dragon. Mechanical Chaser, because it was a good free damage dealer. 2 of them, in fact. The Dragon Dwelling in the Cave. The Watail Dragon. I always forget how it's pronounced. What is that? The Assault Wyvern. This is my newest card. This was when Darksided Dimensions came out. I saw this and I was like, oh, I'm taking that. Oh, we're on special monsters, by the way. Blizzard Dragon. Oh, there's no way I can read that. Darkblade, Captain of the Evil World. Defender of the Magical Knight. Zarian Universe. I think I've got 2 of them, yep. Golem Dragon. Greed Quasar. I fucking love throwing Greed Quasar at people. If you can get it set up and safe, it's kind of cheeky. Lancer Dragon Newt. Poison Mummy. Slate Warrior. Stream, Dragon Ruler of Droplets. The Wicked Dreadroot is my lone 10-star, because you don't want too many of them, because it would fuck you over. Tyrant Dragon. Wall of Illusion, just to screw people over. Alright, my specials, these go like a special deck separate. I have both, because you can have them. I have Blue Eyes Ultimate, and I have Neo Blue Eyes that I'll show up later on. This was kind of like my calling card between, it's like, if we had, yeah, I've still got all 3 of them. All of, like, my 2 closest friends when I was a kid, we all had First of the Dragons, so it was like a card that represented us, if that makes sense. So we always keep it, even if it's not the best in the world. So I've got 1, not 2, but 3 First of the Dragons. I've got the 5-headed dragon. Why do you think I've got so many dragons and dragon mirror cards? And Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon! And then these last 2 I got way fucking later. This is what I got off as one-offs when I just saw them and went, yeah, sure, whatever. I've got Ken Gorgon, which is an Xyz monster. I was out of Yu-Gi-Oh! By the time Xyz came around. Like I said, I stopped at 5Ds. I was in the GX phase. And then I got Obelisk to Tormentor because I felt like you had to. And that's my whole main deck, which is a big deck. You're supposed to only have... it's between 40 to 60 cards you're allowed, but most recommend 40 because you're more likely to get the cards you want when you're on 40. And I'm going to flip this camera back to normal, or else I'll forget and we'll start the next stream with me still facing the other way. Yeah. But you're recommended to have 40 even though you can have 60 because you're more likely to get the cards you want if you've got 40. But I used to rock 50 as main cards and just swap out what I did and didn't want. If I ever picked it up again and got into it properly, I would probably cut that down to 40 to, you know, meet the meta norm. But as it stands, that 50 always did me just fine. Because I like having more options if they come around, even if you risk not getting what you want more often or for longer. I was super into fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! When I was a kid, and I'd love to try and get more people into it so I could challenge people on it. So I'm no expert on it. Like, people would have to be understanding. I don't do mess with tuna monsters. I don't do Xyz. I don't even fucking know how the polymer of whatever it was called works, the pandemonium stuff. Nor do I know what Link is. I stopped at GX, so I have a very like basic understanding of a lot of it. But I understand enough. But I'm gonna wrap this up. I will see you guys again for the final episode of the second game. Farewell, my Turnabout. I don't know if it will be one stream or two, because it's a long-ass case, but we'll see what we can do. I'm also going to throw out there, though, I don't know if it will happen. It entirely depends on my friend. There might be like a random-ass gorilla stream, either tonight or tomorrow night or some point in the week, because a friend of mine's been like, he also streams. He's a Raging Calzone on Twitch. He's been getting some free time and he wants to do some Call of Duty Zombies, and I was like, fuck it, yeah, let's do some zombies. And we'll just chat or something, and we can make it a live stream collab thing. So we might, it depends on him, so don't assume it's gonna happen. If it happens, it happens. But there might be a zombie stream, with like the two of us doing some zombie survival. It'll be Black Ops 3, because I really don't fucking like all the Call of Duty Zombies after Black Ops 3. I feel like that was the last hurrah with like Zombie Chronicles and some of its own maps. But I'm getting off topic. Well, I will see you whenever that is, whether it's that Gorilla stream or the next Phoenix Wright. But until then, thank you so much for watching as always, and I'll see you around. Peace.